The first week of the testimony in the sex trafficking trial against Sean Combs ended with a former member of one of Combs' musical groups on the witness stand. Dawn Richard says that she saw Combs attack Cassie Ventura in 2009. Richard is suing Combs in federal court, accusing him of sexual assault and battery. She'll be back on the witness stand on Monday. Now, the star witness of the week, though, was Cassie Ventura, Combs' former girlfriend. Her civil suit against Combs led to this trial in part, and the singer and actress recounted how she met Combs when she was a teenager, worked with him under contract at his record label, and eventually became his girlfriend. She answered questions about how the alleged abuse began, how it led to the so-called freak-offs. She said that she was coerced into participating in and coordinating. Her week on the stand ended with Combs' defense lawyers interrogating Ventura about the incident seen on surveillance video of Combs attacking Ventura in a hallway at a hotel. And while under cross-examination, she discussed her inpatient treatment for mental health problems and taking medication for opiate addiction. With us now, trial attorney, legal analyst, and crisis manager Monique Presley. She's also the host of The Daily Show, Make It Make Sense with Monique Presley. Thank you for being with me. So let's start with the defense here, because their lift this week was to convince the jury that Cassie Ventura was willingly engaging in these freak-offs and this activity, that she was not forced, she was not coerced. It's up to the jury to determine that. But how much progress do you think they made on that path?
I think that the defense did what they were supposed to do this week, because though you call it a lift, obviously where the burden is concerned, the burden is on the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest standard in the law. And the defense doesn't have to prove anything right now. Sometimes it looks like burden shifting and it looks like there's a case that has to be made on the other side, but that's not true. So I think because we heard a significant amount of testimony from Ms. Ventura, that maybe the jury could take either way. The defense did not have as hard of a job this week as I thought they would.
Yeah. And you're right to point out that the onus is on the prosecutors. The defense can simply stand up and have nothing to say. It's totally up to the prosecutor. So let's move to that side of the courtroom. I had a judge on earlier this morning who said that she doesn't see a racketeering conviction. Now, I reminded her we're a week into an 8-week trial. So there's more to come. But what do you see as it relates to that specific charge and what we heard from the Ventura testimony and just the earliest part of Dawn Richard's testimony?
Right, and I've got to agree with that judge. What I said, I spoke with your dear colleague Laura earlier in the week, and I said, I don't see it yet. That doesn't mean we won't see it, but because Ms. Ventura has been promoted as the star witness, I don't think it's established there. And here's why. I think that there's a good bit of time being spent on domestic abuse. And while the domestic abuse is hideous, it is horrible, there's no justifying it, he's not charged with it, Victor. So they're using it in order to show that there was this environment of coercion, but there's several things that Ms. Ventura said that lean the other way. So whether it was the initial questioning where she said the reason why she started doing the freak-offs was because she loved him, whether it was her testimony that she started to view it really was like a job, that she was the person who was making the arrangements. She was the person who was contacting the travel agent for the escorts. She was the person who was selecting the different escorts based on certain parameters. None of that testimony necessarily goes to what the prosecution is hoping to prove. But here's the other thing I'll point out. The jury may be looking at Ms. Ventura as a co-conspirator, as a willing participant in a criminal enterprise. That doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a criminal enterprise. It just means to me that the prosecution is going a long way to try to prove that Ms. Ventura was forced into an action that I think they can get their proof on where Mr. Combs is concerned, whether Ms. Ventura was involved by force or whether she was involved by choice. It would still be a crime if they can use the rest of the time they have in this trial to show that the racketeering and the sex trafficking actually existed.
Interesting. So Dawn Richard, she faced a few questions on Friday. She'll be back on the stand on Monday. The difference, one of the differences here is that Cassie Ventura's civil case against Combs and his companies, that's been settled. Richard's civil case lawsuit is still pending. Does that impact how these attorneys approach her if they try to color this as some way of I guess, supporting her civil case? How does that difference impact the approach to these witnesses?
I think that can be argued either way. For instance, where the fact that Ms. Ventura's case, her civil case is already settled and the money's already been received, to me, that doesn't count against her. Perhaps it counts to her credibility because she chose to participate in the criminal trial anyway. However, where Ms. Richard is concerned, the fact that she is participating when, frankly, a criminal conviction may harm her ability to recover. It may harm Mr. Combs' ability to have the finances, the funding to be able to pay any recovery. So there are risks either way. I just think that as people are watching, they need to remember trials involve humans and humans are messy. So you don't have any purity tests in terms of your witness is on the stand and has never done anything wrong, or your defendant is on the stand and has never done anything right. There's a lot going on both sides, and it really is up to the jury to ferret that out as long as they're given the right facts and the proper instructions from the judge about the law.
Monique Presley, helping us understand it. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Joining me now is CNN senior legal analyst and former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, Ellie Honig. Okay, Ellie, before it began, you wrote and said it's overwhelmingly likely to end in a conviction, but it is not a cakewalk. Do you want to take any of that back now that we're into the trial?
No, I'm going to stick with that exactly, Michael. So I think the first part of that is overwhelmingly likely to result in conviction because we saw the evidence this week. I think Cassie Ventura was an extremely effective witness for the prosecution. I think she came across as credible and sympathetic and realistic in the way she described what happened to her. I think that video that we've been showing is incredibly compelling and visceral. But here's why it's not a cakewalk. The prosecutor's job here is not to prove that Sean Combs was a bad guy, a terrible guy. In fact, the defense got up and said he is a bad guy. He did commit domestic violence, but the charges here, the charges are the thing. This is not a state prosecution. This is not a domestic violence prosecution. This is a federal prosecution for racketeering, forcible sex trafficking, and then interstate prostitution. And I think as bad and damning as the evidence is, it's going to be tough for prosecutors, I think, to get it to meet the definition of racketeering and forcible sex trafficking.
Okay, and one final point, correct me if I'm wrong, but consent does not provide Diddy a defense here, but to the extent that they're seeking to show that she was a willing participant of some ugly.
The more serious variation is by force, threats, or coercion. So if she consented, that would negate that. There's a less serious variation that's just interstate prostitution that carries a much lower penalty. To the larger point, the first count in this case is a racketeering conspiracy. I used to charge this all the time. Traditionally, that charge is used for mob families, for drug trafficking organizations. You can see it applied in other ways, but they need to show that Sean Combs was at the head of an organization, an organized group that committed multiple interconnected crimes for a common purpose. And I don't think Cassie Ventura's testimony on its own gets prosecutors there, but this is what I'm looking for in the coming weeks. I think they're going to build this out. I think they're going to show that this was not just a troubled domestic relationship, but prosecutors are going to try to show that this was a larger pattern of organized activity. I think it's going to be tough. I think they're going to have a hard time making out that racketeering charge, but I do think they've introduced some powerful evidence that can set them on their way towards it.
I'm going to put a social media up and we'll explore it together, but I want to say something. Criminal enterprise, he's the only one at the table. Enterprise with whom?
Yeah. Look, it's a good point. Technically, you can have a racketeering enterprise of one. It is not ideal. I mean, when I charged federal racketeering cases, the fewest defendants I ever had was maybe 5 or 6. I have 25 defendant cases, and I think count on the defense trying to exploit that. They're going to say, folks, they're trying to build this up into more than it is. It was a troubled domestic relationship, and they're trying to make him a RICO of one. Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Here's that social media. I'll read it out loud. Listening to all the reporting so far on this trial, and I'm no lawyer, but I don't hear the RICO charges coming out, at least so far. That's pretty much what you were just saying. I certainly see that Combs is a bad guy who treats women like objects and is probably misogynistic. Lots of adjectives we could use, but where's the RICO? Give me just 20 seconds on that, Ellie.
I agree. If the verdict had to be rendered today on RICO, he's not guilty. However, stay tuned, because this is the task now for prosecutors. They have to call other witnesses. They have to establish there was some element of organization here. That's the challenge.
Ellie, excellent as always. Thank you so much.
I think that he deserves any grace. Hey guys, in America, we still do practice innocent until proven guilty, right? We still do that. Is that a thing? Does the Constitution mean anything anymore? Anyone know if Justin Bieber? Guys, do you see Justin Bieber has a meltdown when just the paparazzi approach him on the street? Think he wants to be a part of this madness? Absolutely not. It'll have nothing to do with it. Doesn't look like it. Free Diddy, says somebody. Jason, let me make sure. Jason says free Diddy. Do we know what time he's gonna arrive? Guys, Diddy is already in the court. He's already in the courthouse at least. We're awaiting the arrival of his son's possible daughters and mother. There's bigger fish to fry than Diddy. 50 Cent knows things that the legal system doesn't know. The very definition of grace isn't deserved, but blessed with it. Just freedom, free Diddy. I heard the family already. Tell Quincy Gina says hello. Any members of the media is the last person he wants to talk to. Do you think Diddy will be found guilty? Based on all the information we had and when the prosecutor was doing their, having her testify on the stand, I pretty much felt like it was looking rough for him, right? But based on the last, what happened Friday and Thursday, I think he has a better chance than I originally thought it was going to be. There's rumors that Trump will pardon Diddy. I don't think Trump will want to get involved in that. Who knows? Maybe to piss off the left. It's an 8-week trial. The feds must. I mean, it doesn't have to be an 8-week trial. You guys know if all the witnesses get through their testimony in a week or 2 weeks, it doesn't have to be that. What are they not coming? Family's not coming today? Jesus, guys. We got the good spot, and now they're not coming. I hope he's found guilty by the dogs. To smell, guys. Yeah, guys, I don't think they're coming, man. Jesus. Yeah, if they're packing it up, they're not. How long did he try to go for? Guys, it could go quick, it could go short. Basically, as long as it's necessary, you know, as long as it's necessary. I'm just watching it live. They're saying on Marvin's live that the family was already how? Wow, they snuck him in. Jesus Christ, guys. Guys, I did it. It sounded like that's what the cop said. It did sound like that's what he said. They're already in. But I thought maybe I heard him. Man, oh man, already in. So they brought them into a different entrance. Wow, guys. Apologies for that. I be bluffing, bro. Between TikTok, go look at my TikTok shorts. I've captured them coming in and out of the courthouse before. They just switched it up on us. They switched it up on us. Hi from NZ. That's awful. Yeah, guys, so it appears they already got into the courthouse. We didn't get it today. Take you guys to the front.
I know. It goes all the way through Instagram. I got you. Go, man. Go run.
Excellent, thank you. Batteries good. Live view is got an external battery.
It's all right, man. There's no one coming this way anyway. Yeah, this sucks.
morning.
Hey, what's up?
You're waiting late. Oh, that is. Nope. Since 2 years, around an hour of cooking. No. So suddenly, everyone, people around me, extended the suddenly it was old lady. No, the place was like everyone, people, so but not the same person. Maybe you know, it has to do often with very broad with the angle has to do with the environment. So there are muscles to do, and if you have a constant danger, light, extreme light, fear for your life, look, speed,
Thank you.
and no light.
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
But so for me, it's a different angle.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah,
like
yeah.
my father and his mother.
Thanks for your tip.
If you're waiting outside of the courtroom for it to open, there are no clocks over that.
Brooklyn Bridge on Manhattan.
200 feet. There's 2 pounds. Hello, sir. I am so sorry to bother you right now. I just want to ask you. Are you filming me right now? Yeah, then you're bothering me right now. Well, I want to ask you. What's up? Have you seen the family come inside? No. No, I haven't. Huh. So there was people who allegedly took the phone. Man, I'm talking to him a long time, bro. It's crazy time. It's not pretty good.
actually were. Like, literally told them.
I've seen different reviews.
It's very good.
Yeah.
And it's not cheap.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Much appreciated.
Man, you get some weirdos around here. I had two people come talk to me as I'm just sitting here. It's the fucking weirdest thing ever. Wait, you got jammed too? What is that?
Yeah.
Huh. All right. All right.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chris Simon from WPAG News, and I think we're on time for the P. Diddy trial. And
Apparently she went in the front door this morning. Did you get her? Hey, good morning. It might be worth posting that video I saw on that Carrie, the WhatsApp or whatever. Oh, so that one of the I had about the coolest content. As long as it's a visit. Oh, okay. Anyway, I think people are making this. Okay. All right. Yeah. You can text me on because I bet you did. Okay. that.
Mike, morning. What's up, dude? Is the family still coming out for lunch?
I was out here in the back all morning. I'm not aware of it.
Yeah.
Nobody saw the mother as of 9:45.
Dawn, the witness is coming in.
She's gonna walk out. She's gonna finish testifying. She's probably walking out right here.
Right here?
Yeah. I got stills of Kobe this morning.
Okay, but yeah. I never photographed her.
Nobody had this right here.
You know what? I did photograph her, but it was a bad angle. The reason was because I saw her come out and I wasn't sure it was her. And then I realized it was her by the time I got up.
Yeah, that happened to me this morning with one of the other prosecutors.
Were you here on Friday?
No. I was covering New Jersey transit. So.
Oh, not all day. I started at 4 in the morning.
It's like shockingly not popular.
No, that's where I'm coming from. They wanted me to do that. First, they wanted me to go photograph the boat. Yeah, and I'm like, what do we do?
Who?
Boat. Boat that got super compressed.
Oh, is it still there?
Allegedly, it might still be on in the pier. So no one wanted me to go photograph. So I was like, wow, we got enough Friday for the match. We got it yesterday. But whatever. And then when I was on my way there, they were like, oh, it's, the train's not running. Go do path. All right. Show up and it's like,
Path was never shut down.
no, because that's where everybody was taking.
Oh, yeah. I sticked out the buses in Patterson, New Jersey, and Garfield, New Jersey. Just totally normal day. It wasn't even standing in the morning. Yeah. I take the bus from there. During rush hour on a normal Tuesday, it wasn't even standing.
I might just leave my
Well, one thing to keep in mind, apparently people are making a big deal out of Gene Deal, Diddy's former bodyguard, just about it.
Gene Deal.
I heard everyone making a fuss out front. Cool. Oh, and this woman walked in today. So, the blonde woman. Okay. I'll keep an eye out.
No, quick question. Have you seen any of the witnesses come through? Because somebody just said that somebody came through here.
Yeah, Carrie.
Carrie?
You know.
Are they coming in the black van or are they just walking up?
They get out of these cars.
They get out of these black
Yes, Don
cars.
Richards arrived here.
Oh.
Those are the witnesses here?
But,
Well,
yeah.
I know you're always here. Counted to that. Like, you're always
You're
stocked
catching
up.
the
But I know, I'm like, wait.
We missed everybody today.
We missed everybody. But
did the family come?
yeah, they said somebody said they're inside.
Or...
And they've been coming through the front. So
Yeah.
I wasn't. They didn't come through here last
They
time.
didn't come
Okay. So guy said that he's been out here
Wow.
this whole time, and he said the
This
family
should've
did not
been-
come through here.
He all
I know.
week.
We're like, say hi.
He's
He's been here getting the shot. So he said that the family didn't come through here, but he said Don came in one of those cars.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the little black cars. Okay, so.
And yeah, the other.
Okay, so that would make sense.
He said another witnesses came in too.
Another witness.
Another witness who has not taken the stand yet, who's a friend of Cassie.
Was it the mother or the friend?
Yeah.
Her
No,
name
she
is
said friend.
Carrie?
Carrie.
Because her mother was supposed to testify
So Carrie came in
Cassie.
this door just
Oh,
now.
really?
So everybody was asking who just walked
What does she
in.
look like?
Yeah, she came in exactly.
Guys, anybody know what Cassie Venture's mom looks like? Anybody know?
Yeah, so it's Carrie. So he said that that's who came in. So we have a little bit, better idea. But he gets the shots, guys. he stays
Carrie,
posted
yeah.
here
Carrie.
just as much as we do. We've been here all since last weekend now. So I was like, he always knows. He's up. When something's happening, he moves. I was
No,
like,
I'm
but
here,
he's sitting.
yeah.
I was like, he's sitting down. Nothing's going on right now.
Well,
we
we'll hear
missed
when
it.
Don Richards needs to stand, and we'll probably show up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we figured you guys would because you have no takers. So.
It's possible.
What was
to
your
go out
name?
the front door, Ted.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kealoha. Kealoha Lika. Yeah. So, hi. How are you, bud? You're just getting here? Yeah, load up. No, I didn't go. I've been trying to figure out the best time to go. No. But the witnesses are coming from back here. Some of them. So somebody's been in the front. And they're like, nobody's, but they're playing ping pong today. So they're playing ping pong with us. So they're moving them around. So somebody said the family's already there and there's stuff in. And he said he's been here. So that's just
Yeah, I believe him.
yeah, and I believe him because he's here. He sits here. And so somebody said the family's in, that they know the family's in. And so I haven't fact checked. And so apparently the family. Oh, thank you. I know, right? It's supposed to be 80 something degrees today. So I was like, what? I'm not gonna be out there with my jacket, umbrella, talking about we're gonna get hit with rain. What?
Right.
Pretty day out here. So I was told that the family is inside. They got stuck in. He said he didn't see them, but the witnesses are coming. So I don't know how we're gonna get the shots. But and he said they're coming out of that car, those cars. So they're good. But his bodyguard is here. He walked right across the street. Oh, that's the. Yeah. Oh, can I ask you a question? Yes. Okay.
That's right.
I promise.
Yeah, y'all know I've been out here this whole time. I'm Jean's person, right? Because I have the pop-off show, so I'm doing double. Well, here comes my homegirl right here. Bring that Coke over here. I gotta give him some water.
Do you need a water? I have a water I can give you if you need one.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, he gave me, he's like, go get me some water. I got $50 for this. Right, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. No, so what happened was I was telling him, being an assistant, a personal assistant to someone who's y'all know who's on the map right now. So, and it's like I'm trying to explain to him, let's just leave the phones out here, so that's one less thing we have to worry about here. So, of course, man. So, right, exactly. Yeah, I'm also working for the Pop-Up Show, so I'm doing double duty. I'm running around like. Okay. I was running to go get him. I don't know. I had to put him in the pool. He was all the way over. I think he was all the way that way. Yeah, because he was on the other side, and I'm like, that's far away. I'm trying to run to him because, as a personal assistant, you have to make sure I understand the third. But I'm also trying to do my show thing and all of that, but I also let him know it's not a compromise with your task. So I was like, I'm going to call you a Uber. Oh, no. I mean, he is a licensed, is you kidding me? He's a bodyguard, like Kevin Costner, for real, but black. Right, because this Kevin is different. It's a different. He's regular. He's regular. Okay. Excuse me for drinking, y'all. I'm so sorry. Okay. So my question is, he was on a line that right. So he just sent it to me. Right. And I was like, what? Okay. Mm-hmm. And he said that Diddy was the devil, and that he had right. And he was telling the story when he let the dove go, the dove just hit the ground. Right. Yes. Right. Right. So you know the metaphor to that. Tell us the metaphor. That's what I want. Okay, so the metaphor basically, all of the badness went into the dove. So the dove died. So that's like. I saw that video. Yes. That's the metaphor. Yeah. So y'all have to remember, Jimmy's been doing this before. Any of this, he's the originator. He's the Dundada, the OG. I'm in his book. Me and him spoke to each other every day on the phone while he was out there. When Diddy got murdered, I was the first one called on the phone. So me and him have been friends for 35 plus years. So I've been holding him down. And, I got thrown into the personal system. But I don't know. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you answer. Yeah, we'll make sure, because I'm pretty sure he's going to answer some. I'm pretty sure he's going to answer some questions. No, I don't. Nobody has asked him to take the stand yet. So he's just coming down here because I begged him to come down here. I was like, yo, I've been down here since May 6th. I was like, yo, people are asking for you. You got to come down here. And he was away. So as soon as he came back to the city, I called him and begged him this morning. So because the other day on my Pop-Up Show, I was feeling real down. And I called on my people, not my followers. They made me feel real good. So I told them I was going to get them a treat today. So their treat today is G. Deal coming down. Yeah. So you're just basically trying to share your well, I have to be here. I'm on duty right now. I'm on duty now. When I'm here by myself, I'm here by myself. Right. He's coming here to hear. He started it all.
Is this the AP live stream?
Yeah. Wanted to make it.
Danity Kane is set to return to the stand to testify in the case against him. Dawn Richard testified Friday that she saw Combs attack his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in 2009. CNN's Kara Scannell is outside the court with more details. What all can we expect to hear from her today as she takes the stand and later this week as well?
Good morning, Sarah. So Dawn Richard will be back on the witness stand this morning. Friday, her testimony, she said she witnessed Combs come downstairs into the kitchen, take a skillet with eggs in it, and attempt to hit Cassie Ventura, his then girlfriend, over the head. She also testified that Combs dragged Ventura up to the bedroom and she could hear glass breaking and yelling. The next day, Richard call Ventura's former best friend. We heard a lot about her last week. Her name is Carrie Morgan. She's expected to testify.
And what has been an explosive start in the trial of Sean Combs today, a former member of the musical group Danity is set to return to the stand to testify in the case against him. Dawn Richard testified Friday that she saw Combs attack his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in 2009. CNN's Kara Scannell is outside the court with more details. What all can we expect to hear from her today as she takes the stand and later this week as well?
Good morning, Sarah. So Dawn Richard will be back on the witness stand this morning. Friday, her testimony, she said she witnessed Combs come downstairs into the kitchen, take a skillet with eggs in it, and attempt to hit Cassie Ventura, his then girlfriend, over the head. She also testified that Combs dragged Ventura up to the bedroom and she could hear glass breaking and yelling. The next day, Richard said Combs asked her to come back to his home into the recording studio. She said he locked the door and then told her where he comes from. People who speak sometimes go missing. She said that she took that as a threat. So she will be back on the witness stand this morning. Her testimony is supposed to wrap up pretty quickly. And then the prosecution is going to call Ventura's former best friend. We heard a lot about her last week. Her name is Carrie Morgan. She's expected to testify. And Ventura testified she was friends with Morgan before she met Combs and was friends with her throughout the relationship until Ventura said Combs hit Morgan, and that ended their friendship. So Morgan expected to be a prosecution witness who will corroborate some of what Ventura has said. After that, they're going to call a couple of people who worked for Combs, including a former personal assistant, a former chef. Prosecution said they also expect to call an escort this week, as well as Ventura's mother. Ventura has testified that she told her mother about some of the physical abuse at the hands of Combs at one point in their relationship. So she will be another witness that the prosecution is calling this week. And of course, this is just week 2 of what the prosecution says will be 6 weeks of their presenting their case to the jury. Sarah?
And the picture they are painting is one of a man with a lot of power and a man with what appears to be in their evidence, a scary guy that was threatening to a lot of people. We'll see how the defense deals with that. It's Kara Scannell, great reporting from the court as usual. Appreciate it. John?
All right, with us now, former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Saland, also former federal prosecutor Elise Adamson. And Jeremy, let me just start with you, because I'm curious, after the testimony of Cassie Ventura, which in a way is the bulk of the prosecution case, what left do they have to do? What are they now trying to do with these witnesses in order to prove the sex trafficking and racketeering charges?
Force, fraud, coercion. Not just a bad, ugly guy doing terrible, horrible things. Not a sex abuse case, not a domestic assault case, but that there was this conspiracy to have this criminal enterprise, that all this different foundation of this force, fraud, and these actions on his part and these different players building it up to traffic women and men, evidently too, because you have these male prostitutes across state lines to engage in this commercial sex acts. So it's not just that he beat her. It's not just that he hit her with a skillet. It's not just that he maybe not forced her to take drugs and she maybe did engage on her own in these freak-offs, but it's building that criminal enterprise conspiracy. Much more difficult on its face.
Yeah, and we'll get to the defense, what the defense will be in a second, but at least first, continuing on the prosecution and what they're trying to do in order to prove force, fraud, and coercion. What exactly do they need to elicit from these witnesses? Dawn Richard testified on Friday that she did see an example of abuse. Diddy, she testified how Sean Combs beat Cassie Ventura, or he saw her with a skillet or whatnot. But what more besides that?
Yes, John, you're absolutely right. That is exactly what the prosecution needs to show, that it was more than a consensual relationship, as the defense tried very hard to paint during Cassie's cross-examination. They need to elicit from Dawn Richard more details about this abusive conduct, because recall, on cross, the defense kind of left the impression with the jury that maybe Sean Combs only became violent when he was coming down off of drugs. Maybe he was bipolar, but no, already Dawn Richard has kind of dispelled that by saying he got mad about not answering fast enough and then beat her with a skillet and dragged her upstairs by her hair and then threatened them both. And that is key, because agreeing to do something consensually is one thing, but Dawn Richard basically said she was afraid she was going to die if she did not do what Combs said. So all of that is very corroborative of Ventura's account, and it also goes to Combs' intent, which is key for the trafficking charge.
How will the defense, Elise, we'll keep going with you on this, what will the defense do to counter these witnesses after they come?
Yeah, the defense is going to have to employ the classic playbook, which is to discredit and impeach this witness. So Dawn Richard had a longstanding relationship with Diddy, a professional relationship spanned over a decade. So expect them to ask questions about having seen this abusive conduct and being afraid that she's going to be killed, but continuing to work with him, asking the motivations. She has her own lawsuit, which she filed against Diddy in September, where she alleges some of this same conduct, but expect the defense to paint that as a money grab, because that would be the motivation for her to provide this testimony if it's not true.
Jeremy, how successful has the defense been so far during its cross of Cassie Ventura in planting some of the seeds that they will need going forward?
They planted some, but nothing exceptional. So if you're going to argue, for example, the timing of a particular rape and whether or not that's accurate, that's a difficult lift to do, because I think they're still established that it was against her will. Do you believe that maybe if she's off by a certain period of time that rape didn't happen? You came back and you returned to him. Was there love? You could love someone at time one and still not consent at time two. You can consent again at time three and not consent at time four. So it's a very difficult thing to do and poke the holes at her. Is it about money? Well, no, I didn't cancel my tour because of the money. I canceled my tour separately. So it's difficult. I don't know if they've done the job they needed to do with her, but I think that goes to the point that there's still a lot more to come. You're going to have text messages. You're going to have the transactional records. You're going to have other witnesses who are going to testify and bolster up Cassie Ventura. It's not just going to rise and fall solely on her shoulders.
You did express some curiosity that Cassie Ventura's mother is on this witness list.
Yeah, a lot of what she's going to likely say would be hearsay. There is an allegation that I came across involving something about the reaching out to the father by Diddy about I'm her father now, or I'm her dad now, and she's my daughter, basically family set aside. I don't know whether or not the mother was privy to that call, but there's going to be a lot of hearsay in that. So I'm not sure. I don't think there's allegations that she saw the injuries as alleged, but we'll find out. But she's not really a critical witness. I think some of the other players are much more important.
And Elise, just finally, do you think 6 weeks, the prosecution really needs 6 full weeks to lay out its case, given where it is right now?
That's a good question. And I remember thinking after this first week, wow, that's a long time. Ventura testified very early because she's 8.5 months pregnant. They had to get her on the stand. Remember, this is a RICO case. So it's not just about the sex trafficking. Prosecutors have to show that Combs was running his businesses as corrupt enterprises, which means they were organizations that were committing crimes. So I would bet that the balance of this trial is going to be corroborative of Ventura's story. They also have to bring in the other victims, the unnamed victims, but they're also going to have to lay the foundation for this RICO charge and explain how he conspired with more than one person and how he was running Bad Boy Records as a corrupt organization. So they might need that time.
Yeah, data and records often part of RICO cases. We'll see if this becomes a data-heavy case. Jeremy Salan, Elise Adamson, thanks so much for being with us. I do appreciate it.
And what has been an explosive start in the trial of Sean Combs today, a former member of the musical group Danity is set to return to the stand to testify in the case against him. Dawn Richard testified Friday that she saw Combs attack his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in 2009. CNN's Kara Scannell is outside the court with more details. What all can we expect to hear from her today as she takes the stand and later this week as well?
Good morning, Sarah. So Dawn Richard will be back on the witness stand this morning. Friday, her testimony, she said she witnessed Combs come downstairs into the kitchen, take a skillet with eggs in it, and attempt to hit Cassie Ventura, his then girlfriend, over the head. She also testified that Combs dragged Ventura up to the bedroom and she could hear glass breaking and yelling. The next day, Richard said Combs asked her to come back to his home into the recording studio. She said he locked the door and then told her where he comes from. People who speak sometimes go missing. She said that she took that as a threat. So she will be back on the witness stand this morning. Her testimony is supposed to wrap up pretty quickly. And then the prosecution is going to call Ventura's former best friend. We heard a lot about her last week. Her name is Carrie Morgan. She's expected to testify. And Ventura testified she was friends with Morgan before she met Combs and was friends with her throughout the relationship until Ventura said Combs hit Morgan, and that ended their friendship. So Morgan expected to be a prosecution witness who will corroborate some of what Ventura has said. After that, they're going to call a couple of people who worked for Combs, including a former personal assistant, a former chef. Prosecution said they also expect to call an escort this week, as well as Ventura's mother. Ventura has testified that she told her mother about some of the physical abuse at the hands of Combs at one point in their relationship. So she will be another witness that the prosecution is calling this week. And of course, this is just week 2 of what the prosecution says will be 6 weeks of their presenting their case to the jury. Sarah?
And the picture they are painting is one of a man with a lot of power and a man with what appears to be in their evidence, a scary guy that was threatening to a lot of people. We'll see how the defense deals with that. It's Kara Scannell, great reporting from the court as usual. Appreciate it. John?
All right, with us now, former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Saland, also former federal prosecutor Elise Adamson. And Jeremy, let me just start with you, because I'm curious, after the testimony of Cassie Ventura, which in a way is the bulk of the prosecution case, what left do they have to do? What are they now trying to do with these witnesses in order to prove the sex trafficking and racketeering charges?
Force, fraud, coercion. Not just a bad, ugly guy doing terrible, horrible things. Not a sex abuse case, not a domestic assault case, but that there was this conspiracy to have this criminal enterprise, that all this different foundation of this force, fraud, and these actions on his part and these different players building it up to traffic women and men, evidently too, because you have these male prostitutes across state lines to engage in this commercial sex acts. So it's not just that he beat her. It's not just that he hit her with a skillet. It's not just that he maybe not forced her to take drugs and she maybe did engage on her own in these freak-offs, but it's building that criminal enterprise conspiracy. Much more difficult on its face.
Yeah, and we'll get to the defense, what the defense will be in a second, but at least first, continuing on the prosecution and what they're trying to do in order to prove force, fraud, and coercion. What exactly do they need to elicit from these witnesses? Dawn Richard testified on Friday that she did see an example of abuse. Diddy, she testified, Sean Combs beat Cassie Ventura, or he saw her with a skillet or whatnot. But what more besides that?
Yes, John, you're absolutely right. That is exactly what the prosecution needs to show, that it was more than a consensual relationship, as the defense tried very hard to paint during Cassie's cross-examination. They need to elicit from Dawn Richard more details about this abusive conduct, because recall, on cross, the defense kind of left the impression with the jury that maybe Sean Combs only became violent when he was coming down off of drugs. Maybe he was bipolar. But no, already Dawn Richard has kind of dispelled that by saying he got mad about not answering fast enough and then beat her with a skillet and dragged her upstairs by her hair and then threatened them both. And that is key, because agreeing to do something consensually is one thing, but Dawn Richard basically said she was afraid she was going to die if she did not do what Combs said. So all of that is very corroborative of Ventura's account, and it also goes to Combs' intent, which is key for the trafficking charge.
How will the defense, Elise, we'll keep going with you on this, what will the defense do to counter these witnesses after they come?
Yeah, the defense is going to have to employ the classic playbook, which is to discredit and impeach this witness. So Dawn Richard had a longstanding relationship with Diddy, a professional relationship spanned over a decade. So expect them to ask questions about having seen this abusive conduct and being afraid that she's going to be killed, but continuing to work with him, asking the motivations. She has her own lawsuit, which she filed against Diddy in September, where she alleges some of this same conduct, but expect the defense to paint that as a money grab, because that would be the motivation for her to provide this testimony if it's not true.
Jeremy, how successful has the defense been so far during its cross of Cassie Ventura in planting some of the seeds that they will need going forward?
They planted some, but nothing exceptional. So if you're going to argue, for example, the timing of a particular rape and whether or not that's accurate, that's a difficult lift to do, because I think they're still established that it was against her will. Do you believe that maybe if she's off by a certain period of time that rape didn't happen? You came back and you returned to him. Was there love? You could love someone at time one and still not consent at time 2. You can consent again at time 3 and not consent at time 4. So it's a very difficult thing to do and poke the holes at her. Is it about money? Well, no, I didn't cancel my tour because of the money. I canceled my tour separately. So it's difficult. I don't know if they've done the job they needed to do with her, but I think that goes to the point that there's still a lot more to come. You're going to have text messages. You're going to have the transactional records. You're going to have other witnesses who are going to testify and bolster up Cassie Ventura. It's not just going to rise and fall solely on her shoulders.
You did express some curiosity that Cassie Ventura's mother is on this witness list.
Yeah, a lot of what she's going to likely say would be hearsay. There is an allegation that I came across involving something about the reaching out to the father by Diddy about I'm her father now or I'm her dad now and she's my daughter, basically family set aside. I don't know whether or not the mother was privy to that call, but there's going to be a lot of hearsay in that. So I'm not sure. I don't think there's allegations that she saw the injuries as alleged, but we'll find out. But she's not really a critical witness. I think some of the other players are much more important.
And Elise, just finally, do you think 6 weeks, the prosecution really needs 6 full weeks to lay out its case, given where it is right now?
That's a good question. And I remember thinking after this first week, wow, that's a long time. Ventura testified very early because she's 8.5 months pregnant. They had to get her on the stand. Remember, this is a RICO case. So it's not just about the sex trafficking. Prosecutors have to show that Combs was running his businesses as corrupt enterprises, which means they were organizations that were committing crimes. So I would bet that the balance of this trial is going to be corroborative of Ventura's story. They also have to bring in the other victims, the unnamed victims, but they're also going to have to lay the foundation for this RICO charge and explain how he conspired with more than one person and how he was running Bad Boy Records as a corrupt organization. So they might need that time.
Yeah, data and records often part of RICO cases. We'll see if this becomes a data-heavy case. Jeremy Salan, Elise Adamson, thanks so much for being with us. I do appreciate it.
And what has been an explosive start in the trial of Sean Combs today, a former member of the musical group Danity is set to return to the stand to testify.
under contract at his record label and eventually became his girlfriend. She answered questions about how the alleged abuse began, how it led to the so-called freak-offs. She said that she was coerced into participating in and coordinating. Her week on the stand ended with Combs' defense lawyers interrogating Ventura about the incident seen on surveillance video of Combs attacking Ventura in a hallway at a hotel. And while under cross-examination, she discussed her inpatient treatment for mental health problems and taking medication for opiate addiction. With us now, trial attorney, legal analyst, and crisis manager Monique Presley. She's also the host of The Daily Show, Make It Make Sense with Monique Presley. Thank you for being with me. So let's start with the defense here, because their lift this week was to convince the jury that Cassie Ventura was willingly engaging in these freak-offs and this activity, that she was not forced, she was not coerced. It's up to the jury to determine that. But how much progress do you think they made on that path?
I think that the defense did what they were supposed to do this week, because though you call it a lift, obviously where the burden is concerned, the burden is on the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest standard in the law. And the defense doesn't have to prove anything right now. Sometimes it looks like burden shifting and it looks like there's a case that has to be made on the other side, but that's not true. So I think because we heard a significant amount of testimony from Ms. Ventura, that maybe the jury could take either way. The defense did not have as hard of a job this week as I thought they would.
Yeah. And you're right to point out that the onus is on the prosecutors. The defense can simply stand up and have nothing to say. It's totally up to the prosecutor. So let's move to that side of the courtroom. I had a judge on earlier this morning who said that she doesn't see a racketeering conviction. I reminded her we're a week into an 8-week trial. So there's more to come. But what do you see as it relates to that specific charge and what we heard from the Ventura testimony and just the earliest part of Don Richard's testimony?
Right, and I've got to agree with that judge. What I said, I spoke with your dear colleague Laura earlier in the week, and I said I don't see it yet. That doesn't mean we won't see it, but because Ms. Ventura has been promoted as the star witness, I don't think it's established there. And here's why. I think that there's a good bit of time being spent on domestic abuse. And while the domestic abuse is hideous, it is horrible, there's no justifying it, he's not charged with it, Victor. So they're using it in order to show that there was this environment of coercion, but there's several things that Ms. Ventura said that lean the other way. So whether it was the initial questioning where she said the reason why she started doing the freak-offs was because she loved him, whether it was her testimony that she started to view it really was like a job, that she was the person who was making the arrangements. She was the person who was contacting the travel agent for the escorts. She was the person who was selecting the different escorts based on certain parameters. None of that testimony necessarily goes to what the prosecution is hoping to prove. But here's the other thing I'll point out. The jury may be looking at Ms. Ventura as a co-conspirator, as a willing participant in a criminal enterprise. That doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a criminal enterprise. It just means to me that the prosecution is going a long way to try to prove that Ms. Ventura was forced into an action that I think they can get their proof on where Mr. Combs is concerned, whether Ms. Ventura was involved by force or whether she was involved by choice. It would still be a crime if they can use the rest of the time they have in this trial to show that the racketeering and the sex trafficking actually existed.
Interesting. So Don Richard, she had faced a few questions on Friday. She'll be back on the stand on Monday. The difference, one of the differences here is that Cassie Ventura's civil case against Combs and his companies, that's been settled. Richard's civil lawsuit is still pending. Does that impact how these attorneys approach her if they try to color this as some way of I guess, supporting her civil case? How does that difference impact the approach to these witnesses?
I think that can be argued either way. For instance, where the fact that Ms. Ventura's case, her civil case is already settled and the money's already been received, to me, that doesn't count against her. Perhaps it counts to her credibility because she chose to participate in the criminal trial anyway. However, where Ms. Richard is concerned, the fact that she is participating when, frankly, a criminal conviction may harm her ability to recover. It may harm Mr. Combs' ability to have the finances, the funding to be able to pay any recovery. So there are risks either way. I just think that as people are watching, they need to remember trials involve humans, and humans are messy. So you don't have any purity tests in terms of your witness is on the stand and has never done anything wrong, or your defendant is on the stand and has never done anything right. There's a lot going on both sides, and it really is up to the jury to ferret that out as long as they are given the right facts and the proper instructions from the judge about the law.
Monique Presley, helping us understand it. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Joining me now is CNN senior legal analyst and former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, Ellie Honig. Okay, Ellie, before it began, you wrote and said it's overwhelmingly likely to end in a conviction, but it is not a cakewalk. Do you want to take any of that back now that we're into the trial?
No, I'm going to stick with that exactly, Michael. So I think the first part of that is overwhelmingly likely to result in conviction because we saw the evidence this week. I think Cassie Ventura was an extremely effective witness for the prosecution. I think she came across as credible and sympathetic and realistic in the way she described what happened to her. I think that video that we've been showing is incredibly compelling and visceral. But here's why it's not a cakewalk. The prosecutor's job here is not to prove that Sean Combs was a bad guy, a terrible guy. In fact, the defense got up and said he is a bad guy. He did commit domestic violence, but the charges here, the charges are the thing. This is not a state prosecution. This is not a domestic violence prosecution. This is a federal prosecution for racketeering, forcible sex trafficking, and then interstate prostitution. And I think as bad and damning as the evidence is, it's going to be tough for prosecutors, I think, to get it to meet the definition of racketeering and forcible sex trafficking.
Okay, and one final point, correct me if I'm wrong, but consent does not provide Diddy a defense here, but to the extent that they're seeking to show that she was a willing participant, it seems like they're just trying to make the whole situation and everybody involved part of some ugly enterprise and turn the jury off. Do I have it right?
Well, so two things. So on the sex trafficking charges, there's two variations of them. The more serious variation is by force, threats, or coercion. So if she consented, that would negate that. There's a less serious variation that's just interstate prostitution that carries a much lower penalty. To the larger point, the first count in this case is a racketeering conspiracy. I used to charge this all the time. Traditionally, that charge is used for mob families, for drug trafficking organizations. You can see it applied in other ways, but they need to show that Sean Combs was at the head of an organization, an organized group that committed multiple interconnected crimes for a common purpose. And I don't think Cassie Ventura's testimony on its own gets prosecutors there, but this is what I'm looking for in the coming weeks. I think they're going to build this out. I think they're going to show that this was not just a troubled domestic relationship, but prosecutors are going to try to show that this was a larger pattern of organized activity. I think it's going to be tough. I think they're going to have a hard time making out that racketeering charge, but I do think they've introduced some powerful evidence that can set them on their way towards it.
I'm going to put a social media up and we'll explore it together, but I want to say something. Criminal enterprise, he's the only one at the table. Enterprise with whom?
Yeah. Look, it's a good point. Technically, you can have a racketeering enterprise of one. It is not ideal. I mean, when I charge federal racketeering cases, the fewest defendants I ever had was maybe 5 or 6. I had 25 defendant cases, and I think count on the defense trying to exploit that. They're going to say, folks, they're trying to build this up into more than it is. It was a troubled domestic relationship, and they're trying to make him a RICO of 1. Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Here's that social media. I'll read it out loud. Listening to all the reporting so far in this trial, and I'm no lawyer, but I don't hear the RICO charges coming out, at least so far. That's pretty much what you were just saying. I certainly see that Combs is a bad guy who treats women like objects and is probably misogynistic. Lots of adjectives we could use, but where's the RICO? Give me just 20 seconds on that, Ellie.
I agree. If the verdict had to be rendered today on RICO, he's not guilty. However, stay tuned, because this is the task now for prosecutors. They have to call other witnesses. They have to establish there was some element of organization here. That's the challenge.
Ellie, excellent as always. Thank you so much.
She just came off the back. Yeah, has a huge version of color. Don Richards. Oh. What time do you need to leave for Brooklyn?
I know, right?
I already knew what I'm talking about. That's why I told you.
Yeah. I just gotta run. Give me a couple minutes. I just gotta run to my car, okay, and get my credit card. Okay. Okay. What you got?
So like the whole trauma out. Asian with the streamers. Oh, I'm streaming. Cord out? Nah. You gotta like develop something that makes you a tape. What is this, like 12 inches? Right? What? Looks like I have a table here. For sunblocking purposes? Not a bad idea. You know, the first time I really that I absorbed that was going on was in Mexico. Not this year, but last February. And all the dudes were on the thing. I don't know the pool with long sleeves on. That. And then my girlfriend, Leah's brother-in-law, and his kids, they go to the beach and they're long sleeves. They fish. So they're out there for hours. So putting on sunblock makes no sense at all. But they wear these super light long sleeve shirts. And they're skinny, so they look good. And I'm like, the fat guy doesn't look good. If you're skinny, you can wear it. You're like, I'm kind of cool, right? But like the fat guy, you're like, yeah, the fat guy. It just accentuates.
I went fishing last weekend. I got real bad. Even though I brought sunscreen.
Yeah, because you have to reapply constantly. You get all sticky. You know, I think I gotta look into those shirts. It's a long sleeve, super light, that just cuts down all the UVs. Because if you get half the UVs, you're doing better than you are with sunscreen, right? Because sunscreen doesn't eliminate all of it either.
I mean, usually I tan fine, but I mean, like working or fishing. If I go on the beach,
Yeah, I hate the beach.
What?
I don't like it. I like to do stuff on the beach, but like I don't like to just sit on the beach. Yeah, I don't know why. I've never really been a big fan. My girlfriend loves it. Maybe I do love it. I just don't. I always feel like I have to do something. Maybe that's what it is.
you don't have to do anything.
No, that's the whole point, right? Is look at the water.
Swim in it.
Yeah.
Read a book.
I think this year we go to LBI. I'm going to come prepared. I'm going to Long Beach Island. If you've never been there, it's beautiful. It's Jersey south by about 2 hours. Right before you get to, right after Atlantic City, but before these people anybody?
Yeah, Jess's parents, they're from
Oh, you're saying yes.
Marmora. They're by Ocean City. Her family.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So you got to be kind of a beach person. They live essentially the beach.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to like come out with a white blanket, something that like you can lay on, you know.
Towel. Beach towel. white.
It's a good idea.
What's a good? You're overthinking this.
What's a good color for the beach? I don't even know. Like so if I lay on something, I'm not gonna get burned. It's not a dark color because that absorbs heat, right?
Like a light gray.
Yeah. Oh, this is charging up. It's charging. It's charging.
That bar, that caravan is real good.
Yeah. Spaghetti. What's that guy again? Is that the guy with someone with a different jacket on? So much distress in the world.
I love this building.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cool. You know, we had a reporter that had an apartment in there. I mean, I don't know if she still lives there or not. She left. Christina. Let's say Christina Ricci, but that wasn't her last name.
Sarega?
No, it was something with an R. She was nice. We did some shoot in her apartment. She bought us lunch. It was cool. Getting inside the building was kind of a pain in the ass. It always is going into a building. It's a pain in the ass.
Bonnie Cat.
God, please don't ask me if this is a P. Diddy trial. One of those kids that said, "Is this a P. Diddy trial?" I would have quit. We're still testimony.
So this is Cassie's friend.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was when we came in earlier that I shot.
Yeah.
And then, but she already left, I thought.
No, it was Dawn. Dawn Richard.
Oh. I don't remember shooting that lady going on.
Around 2013, Holmes sold Morgan. Guess who's taking 2 months? Where's Cassie's screen? Morgan joined the back. She shot him, pushed her on the path. Unrelated. done at 3. It's already 12. Oh, they're done all this week.
Maybe they're trying to power through to 3 o'clock. I didn't know that they're done at 3. Maybe I just want my batteries out.
So the 3 to 3:30.
Because we're already at, it's 3 hours from now.
Okay, I'll just let them know.
All right, should be back up and running. They should hold us until 4 o'clock. Who's this guy? Is anybody?
I do pull-ups. I would do pull-ups.
You do pull-ups? You can't? It surprises me. You're so jacked.
I'm not jacked.
You know who can do pull-ups is Jason Carroll do sick pull-ups. I've personally seen him do that in the Afghanistan desert against 19-year-olds and won't beat everybody but one dude.
Really?
Like literally of that platoon, he was number 2.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was a while ago now, but still, the fact that he can do it then. Leah's son works on pull-ups like every day. Yeah, he started. It took him like a year. He could finally do a couple, and then he's just like now he's up to like 15 or something like that.
Yeah, once you could do at least like one full one, good.
Yeah, because then you can start leaping into because now you can do reps. You can rep.
I had a bar in my house, and I bought like those big bands.
Yeah.
To like slowly.
Yeah.
And I was able to get to 4 or 5, but then I just stopped.
And you're like, why am I trying to learn how to do pull-ups?
It's more like the barbell. It's good cycling.
Maybe because you were feeling guilt because you kept looking at it going, I'm just not using it enough. That's what I normally do. I just like put stuff away. What did I do recently where I put stuff away? I talked Leah into putting the lifting equipment in her bedroom because she had the room for it, there's space in her bedroom, rather than in this other room, which is like a storage room that her son uses to like play video games and stuff and hang out in with his friends. And like we had to go through his room to get to that room. And I was like, we're never going to use it. Like there's just like we're passing through and he's getting dressed in his underwear. She's like, you know what? You're right. I never use that, And then I don't know how much she's used it. I use it a couple times. Is this guy anybody?
Yeah.
Nope. This is 200 Worst Street in reality. Wait a minute, I can look it up. It's 125.
Yeah, anyway, just do what you gotta do.
No, I'm glad you're mine. I'm not.
Whatever. I didn't do this. I stopped the 12:30 last night. I did the Mission Impossible stuff. And there's another feature for that.
How much do you get the message for that? You're not allowed at all?
No. I'm allowed to take out. This is where I draw the line. If I have a sensor thing, a dead sensor thing. If I have a dead thing, if I have a white dot, but I don't replace it on the face. I can't alter any part of a body.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the most important thing. It doesn't really change.
It's an 8-year-old camera. They got it.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
I'm just doing arrivals and departures. A friend of the woman who testified last week.
Cassidy's inside now.
No, she's gone. No, this place is a mess. Were you here last week? She was here last week. It was also the first week of the trial, so Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
So who's coming in next?
It was a friend of hers that witnessed the airport.
That's where we.
I think so.
You know.
She already departed. Yeah, Dawn.
Frank's still.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's just so funny when it comes to all the way out on the day of the interview.
Yeah. mean, they're annoying. There's a guy here this morning. So I've been here since 6 a.m. anyway. And he was showing up to put out this. Yeah, he put his streamer thing right in the middle of the walkway. And he started like so loud, just so loud. He was so loud. Like, I don't know who he was yelling at. Just get a microphone. I don't know. They're all over the place. We're just all over the place. How are you? How are you? How's yours? 5 years. Oh, you must be what, 5 now? No, 9. 9? What? Oh my God. Wow. That's incredible. Yeah, you're 2. One is 2, one is 3 months. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild ride. Yeah. I'm trying to savor each stage because I feel like it's gonna be easy to just like rush through it. I mean, I can tell. You don't show up, you show up with professional people and try to do your job. You mean like a round up? Yeah. Chronological. I'm thinking about doing this in my day off. Down the street. I don't know if we're getting mad if I did. Would they get mad if I did? It's not going anywhere. We never seem to let it down. You get 1,000 words I had. I think CNN would not do it because it goes like, yeah, it's kind of like saying, hey, here's ABC doing TV. You know what I mean? It's always the same question. Why are you allowed to go to and I'm not? Why do you get to? Yeah. They tell them that if the point was that important, fewer what's the reality? Yeah, that every image I have has that format includes who I'm going to watch. Right. Right. I'm undecided. We follow football. Right. You absolutely have a standard. We have a standard. We have a program. Yeah. And I realize stop putting a yes alive on the right part. If I don't have your name, I'm not going to do that. So it's the same with every year. I put people like I did like yesterday, the floral flower show. People walk the bases, right? Enjoying the decorative. Well, that's yeah. That's okay. I'm not gonna ask you to do it. But yeah, this is streaming right now. That's what they're actively doing. Unless I put together something really great. Well, what happens? Yeah, let's stream. I've been streaming Instagram live on this time. Oh yeah. See, that's why I have to press that. What? 2, 3, 4. So it's like a 6-second delay. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And the AI and super surveillance. I know. Yeah. Even if it's factual. Right. Even if that's what my mom's watching. I'm wearing my good shirt. Good shirt. Right? This is what we do every day, dude. This is exactly what we do every day. Oh, it's one. Yeah. Digitale. I'm cool. Smile. Oh, it's great. It's great.
Come on,
You already
Gene.
did it, Playboy.
Come on, Gene. You're always saying something. Give him something here. What do you think? Do you think
I
Diddy?
think the prosecution is doing a great job. They need to keep up the good work.
Right.
I think they went real lenient on them, but they could have been doing way more.
Miss Westmoreland was like, the lawyer was destroying her on the stand, her credibility. She had 8 different about Diddy threatening your life and all that time. Do you believe Don Richard?
That this guy holding their life in their hands.
Right, and that makes a difference.
Seeing all of that and was that fun?
Take a sandwich.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah. We talked about how people are traumatized by Diddy, and it's definitely unsettling. Yeah, so I was over there the other day.
Yeah, no problem. Yep, no problem. Dawn Richard, and this is that specific line about people going there to inform in general until about the last meeting.
Soon.
Yes, according to the transcript that she read, but that goes back to her saying that she tried to forget these memories and suppress them, and while working with the government, she was able to recount these memories.
No, but that's what this shit. This was about to play.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial here on Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks so much for joining us. So a lot is happening today. We've just gotten word that they've gone to their lunch break, which means we're going to try to get Elizabeth Milner, who's our in-court reporter, on here as soon as possible to give us an up-to-date analysis about what is happening inside that courtroom. But a lot has been happening today. And by the way, we're going to be taking your questions for the next hour or so. So submit them on YouTube. If you have questions about today's testimony, about the case in general, comments, shoot them over. We'll answer them here on air. But what did we see today? So far, it's been the continued testimony of Dawn Richard, back on the stand, former member of Danity Kane. She actually finished up her testimony.
This is a corroborating witness to the testimony of Cassandra Ventura Fine, who we know testified last week. Richard said that Combs told her people could go missing. She interpreted that as a threat, like people could die. Remember, that is very important for a case like this, particularly for the racketeering charge, criminal enterprise, pattern of criminal activity, means and methods by which to accomplish these criminal goals, right? So violence, threats to continue, these all goes towards the continued abuse of a woman and not reporting the abuse. So when you talk about sex trafficking too, anytime you're talking about threats, force, fraud, coercion. Now, again, Dawn Richard is not saying that she was sex trafficked, but she is claiming she witnessed physical abuse of Cassandra Ventura. And she claims that this was multiple times, dragging, kicking, punching. She would observe Cassie Ventura being abused. And she wouldn't speak up. She was fearful. And again, that's important because it establishes why maybe Cassandra Ventura Fine didn't come forward herself, right? That is a big theme in this case. Why didn't she speak up earlier? Why didn't she leave? Fear, threats, those are common themes. That Dawn Richard testified that Combs security witnessed all of this. Security like D-Rock and Bonds. Becomes a question, will they testify in this case? She testified that she saw Combs with guns. Guns, not only very, very important for this case when you talk about threats, but also part of the racketeering charge, right? Criminal enterprise, using different resources at his disposal. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, this was interesting. So Sean Combs' defense counsel questioned Dawn Richard about her filing a lawsuit against Diddy, that there's a motion to dismiss that's currently pending. So does she have an incentive to testify against him, to go after him? Is there a weakness to her claims? What she's testifying to now, she was questioned quite strongly about how her story may have changed over time and that there's inconsistencies in what she said, that she left out details that she's only recounting now on the stand. For example, that threat about people going missing, the allegation is she's only saying that now. Okay, so it goes to her credibility. After Dawn Richard left the stand, then we've been hearing the testimony from Kerry Morgan. Now, this is somebody who came up a lot last week, former best friend to Cassandra Ventura. She says she's only testifying because of a subpoena. She's claimed that her boyfriend assaulted me, meaning Sean Combs, that Cassie wasn't partaking in substance abuse, but it was Diddy who caused her to lose her confidence, to lose her spark, that their friend Cassie changed, that Diddy had supplied her, meaning Kerry Morgan, with drugs, says that Diddy would yell at Cassie, talk down to her, that he or his assistant, Christina Courtroom, would call her looking for Cassandra Ventura. So whenever you hear more about assistance and security and those around Sean Combs, very important for the racketeering charge, right? A criminal enterprise. It's not just Combs, but others who may have assisted him. Particularly when you talk about racketeering conspiracy, it's a criminal agreement between Combs and others. And so she also claims that she witnessed alleged assaults as well. Very, very important witnesses today. We're going to break it down. We're going to take your questions, but I'm not going to do it alone. I'm joined right now by trial attorney and hip-hop legal expert Afi Patterson. Afi, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. I feel these witnesses are not only important, but just as important as Cassandra Ventura from last week. What do you take away from it?
Absolutely. Just listening to what was said by Dawn Richard, she was talking about how whenever Cassie spoke up for herself, that is what would prompt Diddy to violence. You know, that's a problem. She was talking about just examples of coercion. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, why didn't Cassie leave, or why didn't she leave sooner? She's giving a perfect example. They would be having a normal, happy early morning breakfast, and he would throw a pot at her. She would instantly drop down into the fetal position. So that tells us we know that this has been going on for a while. She knows what she knows the routine. So I think Richard's testimony is essential here. It just really backs up Cassie's testimony and everything that she wasn't able to say.
And let me just back this up with one more thing. So we have a sidebar that's coming out tonight. And by the way, we're looking at getting Elizabeth Milner up any second. But we're doing a sidebar tonight because one of the central questions that came out after Cassandra Ventura's Fine's testimony was, well, why did she stay? Why didn't she leave? And I made the point that I wonder if the jury's saying there's no way she could have consented to everything she described. And the reason she stayed is there are deep-rooted trauma, coping issues, psychological issues at play when you talk about alleged victims and alleged perpetrators, why alleged victims don't leave. We know that the prosecution is going to call Dr. Dawn Hughes, who testified in the Johnny Depp trial about coping strategies. So I did a whole sidebar with a mental health expert talking about some of these factors. And I think it's going to be quite imperative as we move forward for the jury to understand this. Now, the defense is going to have their own expert to counter that. But doesn't this, a big part of this whole case come down to why somebody in a position like this didn't speak up or didn't leave? And it's not so simple.
Well, it's not so simple, because what
Right.
we're not talking about is the fact that we do have a big issue of intimate partner violence, but we also have the issue of the fact that he controlled her professional life. You know, she was in, what was it, a 10 album deal with him. She only had one that was completed. I think that the big part for me is when the exposure of the videos came into play. You know, it's okay and it's fine if initially you wanted to participate in these sexual activities, but the moment you said you don't want to do it anymore, the moment he said, hey, I can expose you, I can harm you, I can harm you professionally, I can harm you personally with your family, that is the turning point for me. That explains to me why she didn't leave.
So I'm going to take your questions right now about, we have a lot of questions coming in, Afi, about this case. And by the way, we're working on getting Elizabeth Milner up here as well. And by the way, as court starts up again, we're going to give you live updates in real time from that courtroom. So first question we have is from Heather Brook. When will the allegations against minors be addressed? I don't think it's a part of this case, Afi.
No, I don't think it's a part either. I looked into it last night, and I have not seen that. I think that's just some salaciousness that we've heard about that they decided not to address.
Well, look, I mean, he is facing lawsuits regarding allegedly abusing minors, but if the prosecution had the goods on that, if they felt they could successfully prosecute him on that, why wouldn't they make it a part of this case? Because while consent can be a defense for sex trafficking and racketeering with what he's dealing with now of adults, you throw minors in there, that consent defense goes out the window. It becomes a much more difficult case to defend. So it seems to me that the prosecution maybe didn't feel that there was enough evidence to support that. Okay, Afi, stand by. We're getting word. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get Elizabeth Milner up because she was in that courtroom for today's testimony. Stay with us.
Testimony.
All right, I told you we'd be back in a minute. We're back here with Elizabeth Milner, who is our in-court reporter for the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So you were in court today, week 2, continuation of Dawn Richard's testimony. She left the stand, Kerry Morgan on the stand. Before we get to the substance of what they had to say, what is the vibe like in court today? How does Sean Combs appear? Who's there? Paint the picture for us, because unfortunately, as we know, there are no cameras. There are no audio recordings allowed in that courtroom. What did you see and what did you hear?
Yeah, well, the tone as far as this morning goes, a lot of people are kind of anticipating what would the rest of Dawn Richard's testimony look like, and especially more so, how would the cross-examination and how would Diddy's defense attorneys kind of be able to pull apart essentially her credibility. As far as just everyone inside the courtroom today, it doesn't look like there was that big kind of present for the defendant side that we've seen last week, especially when we came to day 1 and even day 2 of testimony, and that we didn't see any of Diddy's children inside that courtroom, which I think is a little little big and a little not big at the same time. We saw images over this weekend that the twins were in during prom season. They were in their prom dresses and that sort. Not 100% sure where the sons are in this kind of picture, as far as are they on the West Coast again, because the twins are about to graduate. So it's unclear why the family presence wasn't so big as it has been for day one and day two. As far as Diddy himself, though, it seems like that didn't necessarily faze him that much. I assume that he, looks forward to seeing his family inside that courtroom, but maybe understanding that they had other obligations. He didn't seem too bothered by that or anything like that. So as far as him being inside that courtroom, it was still the same old Diddy that we've seen, kind of in the same old outfit that we've seen him in as well, too. He was wearing a tan sweater. He had a white undershirt. He had khakis on. When he comes into the courtroom, he hugs his attorneys. He chats with them. All those types of things. And so a lot of people were just anticipating what would it look like once Dawn Richard got back on the stand. And let me tell you something, Jesse, when I saw her on the stand today, and even on Friday as well, too, she appeared like she just didn't want to be there. You could tell that she was very uncomfortable, especially talking about her recollection of her time that she had worked with Diddy, her time after working with Diddy, especially during the cross-examination part. I thought that maybe she would get a little emotional because she just appeared maybe a little nervous, maybe a little intimidated, not necessarily sure, but she was very soft-spoken while she was on that stand today, answering some of the questions. A lot of those questions obviously had to do with the egg frying incident. It had to do with why Dawn Richard even continued working with Diddy even afterwards, or even wanting to work with Diddy afterwards. And so a lot of the anticipation, or just the overall tone inside that courtroom, especially when it came to that cross-examination, it was kind of, it was a little rough to watch. It was a little like a lot of people, especially us in the gallery, in the press, were just kind of like, wow, this is a little brutal. And they kind of hit the points that they wanted to hit while them being defense attorneys. And so I think that the prosecution really kind of had to tighten everything up as far as, trying to get maybe back in the jury's good graces after kind of seeing that cross-examination go and all those holes that were poked into her testimony. And so that was just the overall essence and tone of today's, especially this morning before Carrie Morgan got on the witness stand.
To go by, because I know it's so loud. So this, Elizabeth, how is the jury responding to Dawn Richard's testimony, and what were some of the highlights? I mentioned it briefly before you came on air, kind of summarized some of the points, but what were some of the points that came out today from her testimony, both on direct and cross-examination, and how was the jury responding to her testimony? Because let's not forget, she is a corroborating witness for Cassandra Ventura Fine. She helped to articulate some of the finer elements of racketeering. What were some of the highlights from her testimony, both on direct and cross, and how was the jury responding?
Well, absolutely. As far as being under direct, it was really just kind of ironing out the details as far as what happened with this whole egg skillet incident, that being the incident that happened in 2009, according to Dawn Richard, where essentially Cassie was cooking Diddy breakfast. Diddy comes downstairs, gets upset about either the way that the breakfast was made or why it wasn't being made fast enough. And essentially just an assault happened in the aftermath of that, something that Dawn Richard has even pointed out in her civil lawsuit, something that definitely the defense was definitely talking about today. So a lot of it had to do just with under direct examination still while they were finishing that up, just what was Cassie's demeanor when this was going on. They were also asked, or they being Dawn Richard was also asked, Cassie had a pretty quiet demeanor and that Diddy wasn't necessarily having that when it comes to what kind of promoted this type of violence or what prompted this type of violence as far as why Diddy would essentially physically assault her. And Dawn would say Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, or it would be something random that happened. Then there were moments where they had talked about who witnessed these physical assaults, and Dawn Richard pointed out names such as Harve Pierre, who used to be the president of Bad Boy, Mia, who we expect to be testifying as well too. She had worked for Diddy. Capricorn Clark had worked for Diddy as well too, and then she named other names like D-Rock and Bonds, who both worked security for Diddy. So I can kind of see where the prosecution was kind of painting that or amping that up as far as how the staff is involved in all of that sort. As far as 2010, just the following year, she says she witnessed another incident where they were all at a festival together up in Central Park. They were about to bring out Diddy's Dirty Money group, and that right before this had happened, or actually, excuse me, I I'm looking at the wrong incident. Sorry about that. But there was another incident in 2010 where they were having a dinner with a bunch of celebrities, and that Cassie and Diddy were kind of arguing a little bit secretly there, and Diddy punched her in the stomach, according to Dawn Richard. There, she said that at that dinner, they had people like Harv Pierre, again, former president of Bad Boy, D-Rock Security, Kalina Harper, who used to work with Diddy's Dirty Money, Mia, who also worked with Diddy, and Bonds were all there during this dinner. And so then we kind of saw an exhibit photo of what Harv Pierre looked like. And so then there was another talk, and this is kind of where I bring up the Central Park incident, where there was an incident where Diddy had allegedly physically assaulted Cassie while they were getting ready for this festival, and that Cassie came into the bathroom, and that Kalina and Dawn kind of confided in her, or at least kind of helped her during this moment. They all kind of put on sunglasses and then just kind of carried on like usual. Meanwhile, Cassie's kind of nursing some injuries just behind the scenes. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, and there was just a lot of testimony going on today, so I'm trying to get you guys all my notes going on and everything like that. But once it came to the cross-examination, that was done by Nicole Westmoreland, and this was the first time we've kind of really seen her in action when it comes to this specific trial. And so first thing that Nicole Westmoreland's going to be asking her is just about her lawsuit, the lawsuit that she had filed just a few months ago against Diddy. And so she was asked about the demand letter that was I guess, set up by her attorneys. She was asked about how many times she spoke with federal prosecutors, and she said she couldn't necessarily recall the amount of times that she had done it, but the defense kind of summed it up that she at least spoke with federal prosecutors 8 different times. They brought back the egg skillet incident where on Friday, the defense was pointing out, you said that Cassie was cooling the eggs, and then Diddy comes downstairs and then he hits Cassie, or did he hit her? Or did you see him hit her? Did you see that he had threw something at her? Was he like, it was really just kind of that quick and that much questioning kind of being thrown at her essentially. And then they brought up how it kind of compared to what she had said in her lawsuit just about the whole egg incident, and said that she didn't see the pan hit Cassie in the lawsuit. And then when she was asked essentially why she brought the lawsuit about, the defense was really kind of pointing at her. And I think this is something that, you know, anybody who had filed a civil claim against Diddy might be expecting this under the cross-examination, is what was their motivation in filing the lawsuit against the defense's client essentially. And so while Dawn at times was trying to say that she wanted justice and that she wanted to do the right thing, essentially, that the defense also pointed out, well, you did want compensation as well, too. And Dawn had to kind of own up and admit that she did want compensation for the time that she had worked on as an employee. Then the defense was asking her about her most recent communications with Diddy, as going back as early or as soon as like 2020, 2021, where essentially Dawn was reaching out to Diddy himself, was trying to get in touch with people about this kind of whole making the band. I believe it's a reboot that they were trying to do where Diddy wasn't necessarily going to be a judge, but instead Dawn wanted to use that opportunity to work with somebody else named Lori Ann Gibson. And so the defense was really kind of hammering her just about the facts that she had talked about with federal prosecutors as far as the different meetings that she had had in 2024, on March 18th of this year, on April 17th of this year, again, just pointing out specifics in regards to this egg incident, but also at the same time going into specifics about whether or not she felt threatened to working with Diddy. And if she felt threatened, if she felt scared for her life, why did she continue reaching out to Diddy as late as 2020 or 2021? You know, as we ended direct examination on Friday, they were really kind of hitting on the point that after Dawn Richard and even her bandmate at the time, Kalina Harper, allegedly witnessed this physical assault with the whole egg skillet thing, because that's kind of how they were summing up this particular incident, was the egg skillet incident. She was asked on Friday, what did Diddy tell you the next day? And essentially Dawn had said that Diddy essentially said that people wind up missing when they question him and that type of thing. And that was perceived as a death threat. So then when the defense had their chance to kind of cross-examine her, they were like, well, why did you feel threatened? And yet you continue to want to work with him. And so the defense moments, Nicole Westmoreland really kind of hit it on the head. I think a lot of people were possibly wondering, did Dawn come off like a liar? Or did she kind of over embellish some of these incidents? But to Dawn's accord and to Dawn on the witness stand, she was just saying, you know, she was trying to remember to the best of her ability. So it was kind of tough to watch. But at the same time, I think Dawn Richard held her own. She didn't, you know, kind of get too frazzled necessarily. She didn't get overly emotional, but you could tell that during the cross-examination, it was pretty tough.
And we actually have a poll up right now on YouTube. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? We'll see what the results of those are. I wish I had a little bit more time with you, Elizabeth, because I wanted to ask you a little bit more about Kerry Morgan. This is Cassandra Ventura's former best friend on the stand, but I know we have to get you back into that courtroom. Thanks so much for giving us an update. Great reporting as always. Elizabeth Milner, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
Now I'm back here with Afi Patterson. Afi, you want to hear something really interesting as we talk about the questions from YouTubers and we have polls up? So we had a poll that said, has this trial changed your view of Sean Diddy Combs? Ready for this? 56% say yes, 43% say no. Now, look, I'm an attorney, right? And I don't care what the case is. I like the idea of, the idea is for the jury to go in, clear eyes, clear minds, allow the evidence and the facts and the testimony to sway their opinion. To see that change, 56% of, not the jury, but the people watching this, their view has changed. That's interesting. What do you take away from that?
Well, what was it from the beginning? I think it's pretty low. I think it should be higher toward the negative side, because I think for a long time, he's kept his reputation pretty good, pretty much intact. He's a music mogul. He is a self-made businessman. So I would have expected it to be a little bit higher in the negative. Can I also talk about just this case in general? I think that there's a money issue here. And like we were talking about Dawn Richard and her civil case, and we can talk about Cassie and her civil case. In our justice system, we are allowed to have compensation, but I think compensation is maybe the wrong word. I think that when you've suffered some serious guttural traumas, you are entitled to try to be made whole, and financial compensation, if you will, that helps to make you whole. It doesn't resolve everything, but you're entitled to that. That's what our legal system allows.
Well, look, the defense is going to jump on that, right? The defense is going to jump on the $20 million settlement, or purported $20 million settlement with Sean Combs, the $10 million settlement or expected $10 million settlement that she's going to get with the LA Intercontinental Hotel. The idea is you only went after this, you brought up these allegations for monetary purposes. I don't know if it makes entire sense. Why do I say that? Cover trials all the time where somebody testifies and they're in the middle of active litigation against somebody, and the argument is, well, you would benefit if there was a guilty verdict here, wouldn't you not? Well, she filed her lawsuit, settled with Sean Combs, and then cooperated with the government. I don't quite know what the incentive would be there, right? You're going to have to testify, make your allegations public, have to, if you look at people online, there's a lot of people who are questioning her credibility, her authenticity. I don't know if the defense did a significant job or not of saying that the financial motivation was a reason for her to come forward, striking at her credibility. I don't know if I saw that. What do you take away from it, Afi?
No, I agree. I'm merely focusing on Dawn Richard's part, and they're questioning her. Why are you coming forward? But I think just with respect to how people feel about him, Diddy, and how they view him, I think a lot of people are turned off by the money aspect. But if, the problem is, if you focus on the civil suit first, you have people questioning, well, why didn't you go the criminal route? Now that she's going the criminal route, people are saying, well, oh, okay. Now they pick apart issues like, why did you stay? You should have left early. So it's like you really can't win in situations like this. I think in intimate partner domestic violence situations.
Well, the way I think the prosecution tried to correct that, I don't know if that's the right terminology, is they said, she was in the middle of this, very hard for her to get out, maybe didn't even recognize she was a victim or what was going on. Again, taking the allegations as true. And it wasn't until later on that she went through therapy, potentially for PTSD, where she recognizes to recall traumatic episodes and recognizing what happened to her, and then files the lawsuit. Now, the defense could say, this therapy, is it actually recalling real memories of what happened, or is it tainting it? Is it tainting your recollection of what happened? Is it a little bit of a dubious science? And I'm sure that's going to come back and forth a little bit, but you know, it is a question. You were part of this relationship for quite some time, helped to set up these alleged freak offs. The text messages would say you encouraged them. You wonder if it's a question and a problem for the prosecution, but at the same time, the prosecution knew about these messages. They knew about the timeline. They still felt confident to go forward with this case and Cassandra Ventura as their star witness. Okay, we got a question from Last Plane Home. Can Diddy still take a plea deal? It sounds like they were all under the influence, which impairs a sane mind. Afi.
Is the deal still on the table at this point?
Yeah, I mean, well, put it
I
this
think
way.
you can always take one.
You could always take one, right?
Right. You can always take one, but is it still on the table? It depends on how confident the prosecution feels about their case. And I think, again, this is set to be an 8-week trial. So I think that you're going to have a lot of people. And Jesse, you tell me, I believe there's supposed to be at least 2 more alleged victims coming through.
Well,
but this is supposed to be an 8-week trial.
There were supposed to be 4. One of them can't be found, which is a problem. But look, it's also different, right? If it was before the trial started, before opening statements, before Cassandra Ventura had to take the stand, your prosecutor would say, listen, we want to avoid this. We want to avoid the jury after seeing this. We want to avoid putting on alleged victims who have to recount what happened to them. Okay, we might be interested in you accepting a deal. Now, after she takes the stand, now after Dawn Richard takes the stand, I don't know.
Yes, but just also, you were talking about the PTSD therapy that Cassie got. I thought that her testimony showed that, yeah, she was a willing participant very early on. I don't think it was super helpful for the prosecution, but also to your point, I think you mentioned the fact that it was brought up that she may not know that she was a victim. But for me, the line of delineation is, when did it become coercion? Clearly coercion. And that is when she wanted to leave and he threatened her with the videos. I would love to see more of a timeline come out, because I'm not seeing just a clear timeline. And I think, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say,
okay.
I think this all comes down to closing arguments. There's a lot here. There is a lot here. And I think the prosecution and the defense needs to crystallize it, like you said, with a timeline, matching it up to the elements. I'm a lawyer. And let me tell you, explaining this to people, what racketeering is, sex trafficking, how all these allegations match up to the elements. It's complicated.
It's complex. Yeah, it is.
So got another question for you. Got a lot of questions coming in right now. Again, we're waiting to go back into the courtroom. As soon as that begins, once again, we will give you real-time updates. Okay. Question from Poetic O. Can Diddy use a mental health defense if he claims to be a sociopath or narcissist?
I don't know if narcissism is a defense to these RICO charges. I don't know if, you being a sociopath is a proper defense. There are different types of mental defect defenses that you can use. And I don't think these are either one of them. And, also the prosecution was talking about, the defense. I think they were trying to hint at the fact that Diddy was under some type of force of drug abuse, or a state of drug-induced violence whenever he would beat her. I think that's a poor argument, because she was beaten for 9 or 10 years. Furthermore, how do you build $1 billion enterprise if you're consistently intoxicated? Or if you are, you're very high functioning. So I don't think that that's the best argument.
Yeah, I hear you. And I think what they were trying to say is, the 2016 incident, he was going through withdrawal, right? And, there's irritability is a symptom of that. There was discussion about whether substances could be used as a mental health defense in some capacity. Not really. I mean, I think their best avenue right now is taking all the allegations as true. It doesn't match up to racketeering or sex trafficking, right? The jury could say he assaulted Cassandra Ventura. The jury could say he raped Cassandra Ventura. Doesn't necessarily mean he is guilty of the charges that he faces. And it is a high burden. It's a complicated case. There are a lot of different steps. There's a lot of different elements. But in terms of a mental health defense, I don't really see it. But I do have a question for you from Vanessa. Who do you think, Afi, is winning the case so far?
I think it's pretty even. And I look at the comments from the at-home jurors all the time, and I think a lot of people are saying that, this seems to be like a DV case. But Jesse, as you said, I think what's really important is how we round it out and bring it home in closing. So I think the prosecution, they're going to have to get just, it's not always going to be exciting, but they're going to have to get their little points in so they can round it out in closing. And for that, I see the weights leaning in favor of the prosecution right now. But definitely the at-home jurors are saying, hey, this is a DV case. And Cassie did what she had to do because she wanted to be in the in crowd. She wanted to be in the game. And this was the cost of being in the game. But I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
And look, the reason this is not a state case, there's a statute of limitations issues when we're talking about what, assault or rape or things of that nature. So how do you transform it into a federal case through maybe racketeering, through maybe transportation to engage in prostitution, through sex trafficking? And the reason I brought up before about, alleged minors, that is how you've seen prosecutions at the federal level when you're talking about minors. Look at R. Kelly. But clearly, that is not a part of this case at all. And there are allegations in the civil arena, very different than bringing them in the criminal arena. Okay, got a question from Janie Williams. Before I do that, I think we also have with us right now Mauricio Padilla. Am I right? Mauricio, are you with us? Hey, there he is. Mauricio, good to see you. So good to see you. Criminal defense attorney, friend of the show. You're going to be on with Afi Patterson. So great to have you here. I will throw my first question to you, Mauricio. Let's see. Okay, great one for you. Great one from Janie Williams. When their witnesses are subpoenaed, do they even have a choice on whether or not they can decline to cooperate?
No, a subpoena is an order that you got to show up, or you got to follow some type of protective order. But a subpoena to testify at trial, you got to show up.
How is it possible that at the time of this recording, and I'll have my producers correct me if I'm wrong, they still can't, find alleged victim number 3? That's by the way, I said it last week. It's one of the reasons why I think you needed Cassandra Ventura on the stand week 1, aside from the fact that she's the star witness and lays out the context of the case. She's pregnant, 8.5, 9 months pregnant. They got to make sure she gets on the stand and finishes her testimony. Otherwise, you lose witness number 1, you lose witness number 3. How is it possible that we still don't have alleged victim number 3? Mauricio.
Well, obviously, in a case like this, if she hasn't shown up, she's not going to show up. I mean, this is like a high-profile case. It's somebody that doesn't want to cooperate, and for the prosecution to go to trial and be trying to get her means that they didn't realize that they didn't have a cooperating victim from a while ago. So I think that they're dropping the ball on that. That should have been clear a while ago.
I'll throw another question for you from Vanessa. Vanessa has been great. Throwing us so many questions here. From Vanessa, will any of Diddy's jail calls be released? Mauricio.
Probably, yeah. I mean, in a case like this, and somebody like him, where I've heard that he was kind of disrespecting the rules. He kind of got in trouble for doing multiple things while in custody. I'm sick and tired in my own cases of my own clients opening up their mouth and them using jail calls in my cases. So I would anticipate that they would use at least a few jail calls to show. I believe that there was some news articles that were alleging that he was like trying to hush people up, that he was trying to control and like puppet master things, which I think is really, really relevant regarding like racketeering and the other things that he's been charged with, to show that, listen, there's consciousness of guilt, and this guy is still trying to puppet master even while in custody. So I think it is relevant.
Right, because obstruction is one of the underlying predicate crimes of racketeering, right? Prosecution would need to prove at least 2. So kidnapping, forced labor, obstruction, bribery, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. You could say in the past week, they've hit upon a few of these here and there and trying to build it up. Okay, Afi, I'm going to ask you this question because we put out a poll waiting for the results. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? We'll see what our viewers say. Do you think she's been a credible witness so far? Well, she finished her testimony. Do you think she's a credible witness?
I think yes. I'll say yes. Fundamentally, yes. I think some of the details that she may be shaky on, I don't think that for me, I wouldn't view them as important. There was an incident. It was violent. This is Cassie's reaction. That's all that needs to be said. All the little details, adding, more details about the intimidation factor after the beating, how he spoke to her, what he said to her. What's important to me is the cone of silence that she witnessed. All of the employees that worked with him also witnessed the abuse and said nothing. The fact that she viewed him with a gun, it just, to me, like that brings in credibility. I'm not worried about these little small details that you may have gained or lost over time. And I also want to say something about that 2016 hotel incident. I think that maybe wasn't in there. Don't know if the prosecution hit on this, but I think it was a missed opportunity, because I would ask, that 2016 incident, is that the typical violence? Or is that was that the average, or was it on the high end or the low end? That's important to me, because I want to know, what was your mindset like? When you escaped, or when you tried to escape, or when you wanted to say no to him, is this what would happen? Is that why Don Richard said you wouldn't speak up and talk back and stand up for yourself?
I agree. I think they will raise that in a closing argument. You know why she didn't speak up? You know why she didn't leave? Look, Exhibit A. Now, look, I will tell you through the video, the apparent photos of her injuries, her testimony, the testimony of other witnesses, I think the prosecution has definitely established, and by the way, even from the defense's opening statement, that Sean Combs physically abused Cassandra Ventura. I mean, now it's an allegation, but at the same time, I think they've established that. It becomes a question, though, does that rise to this federal crimes that he's charged with? By the way, I mentioned alleged victim number 3. So the prosecution's ability to present victim 3's testimony, uncertain at this time. They have an inability to contact her. The judge has said this could be her getting cold feet, which again, even if they do get her to testify, it becomes a question, is she going to be a hostile witness, Mauricio, and whether or not the prosecution even wants her to testify. Right, great, you get her, but if what is potentially her not wanting to testify, that could come off really bad for the prosecution if she jumps on the stand.
Yeah, you got to be really careful of who you put in front of that jury. And if she's already indicating in a case of this magnitude, she's showing cold feet, she's not cooperating, she's missing, there's missed calls of the agents. There's agents going and going to her house, going to her family. Like, this is a big case. So at this point, after she's publicly, got fee, I would not be putting her on the stand. You really can't trust what's going to come out of her mouth. And once you put somebody on the stand and a jury hears something, you can't ever take that back once the genie's out of the bottle.
Wait a minute. Are you saying to me that when the judge tells the jury, disregard that comment or it's stricken from the record, the jury doesn't strike it from their minds? Is that what you're saying to me, Mauricio?
Yes, the jury does not strike anything from their mind. Just like the jury goes home and turns on the TV and Googles and Googles and Googles.
You're so cynical. You're so cynical. You're so cynical.
That's
My
just
gosh.
the reality of life. Like, you tell them not to do it, and they go and they right away do it.
Terrible.
In my opinion.
Speaking of the jury in this fashion, Mauricio. All right, Mauricio, let me ask you a question.
From my experience.
I'm just fooling with you. Okay, we got a question from Clarissa Schmidt. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Do you think the defense has a secret smoking gun waiting to drop?
You know what? In a case like this that's played out in front of the media, I feel like if they really had this smoking gun, they probably would have leaked it a while ago to try and change, the court of public opinion before this went to trial. So that's one of the main reasons why I think that they don't. And I really don't know what could be the smoking gun in their defense. Like, I'm pretty sure that a bunch of evidence has come out that Cassie was a willing participant. I heard that she admitted to being on ketamine and things of that nature. So there's things that benefit them, but to define it as a smoking gun, I feel like if they would have had that, they would have already shared it with the public.
I mentioned we have these polls going up. So I will tell you the results right now. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? 66% say yes, 33% say no. We have another poll that's coming up. Do you believe the absence of victim 3 will affect the outcome of the case? We'll see what the audience thinks about that. But yeah, Afi, there you go. 66% believe that Dawn Richard is a credible witness.
Yeah, and I agree with them. And I think just to get what you guys were talking about earlier, the defense's whole defense, like, no, there's no smoking gun. Their whole defense is, yeah, he's a bad, bad man, but this was all consensual. And consent ceases to be consent when you're under threat and when you're being coerced. That's the whole point here. And I think that Don Richard just really kind of supported Cassie's situation. I think Don spoke where Cassie couldn't, because even in Cassie's testimony, I thought it was pretty easygoing. I thought she was pretty light and pretty relaxed on Sean, as she calls him, or Diddy as I know him. So I think that, Cassie's going to have a lot of people being her voice, and that's what the prosecution is going to do with the next couple of weeks.
The counter argument to that be if she came out really strong, like a crusader, that could look bad, right? It could look like she has something, an ulterior motive to go after Sean Combs, whereas, composed and explain it, got emotional at certain times. I remember she got emotional explaining how she would give back all the money, the settlement money, so she would never have to participate in a freak off. Okay, as I mentioned, we have live updates that are happening from court. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we do have live updates in real time. So let me tell you what happened. They are back from a brief lunch. The judge said, if I let this in, so some piece of evidence, Miss Ventura would be recalled as a witness. So the prosecutor says, I doubt that we would call her. The judge comes back. The defense could call her back to the stand. Prosecutor responds, I doubt that she would be available because obviously if she's pregnant, maybe about to give birth. The judge says the evidence is out. So whatever evidence that is not going to come in. Okay, we'll keep you updated on more courtroom action that's happening there. Let me go to you, Mauricio, talking about Cassandra Ventura. Question from Tracy Q. Do you think focusing on Cassie as the main witness weakens the prosecution's case? Why not widen the case?
When I'm assuming that the question is widen the case regarding other victims, right?
Because there are other alleged victims, but she is alleged victim number one. She makes up the racketeering charge. She makes up her individual sex trafficking charge. Her testimony helps support all the charges that are being leveled against Sean Combs.
No, and listen, at the end of the day, all trials are you are convincing a jury or you're explaining a jury, and a jury's going to pick one of two stories. So to use her to get the story of what P. Diddy did, the illegal things that he did, and to have her as, the protagonist, the victim in your story, it helps them. And I think it's just as wide as they've wanted it, because they're going to include other victims, other crimes, other things that he did, but she's the main protagonist. And I think it's good to have that. Anytime that you're trying to get a jury to understand a story, it's good to, present it in that manner.
Mauricio, we have a good backup question here from Enlin93. Is there any chance the feds have backup charges if they don't get him this time? Could there be something they're saving to make sure they get him, or is this all or nothing? That's a great question.
I mean, in my opinion and in my experience, I think that they're going to try and hit him with everything that they possibly have. All right now. Now you see all the time superseding indictments, and if they were to lose, I don't think they're going to stop. They're going to look for other stuff that could possibly be there to charge them again. I don't think that they're ever going to rest if they have a public loss like that. But usually they have to charge everything that they've witnessed in their investigation. Now is the time to bring it up.
Afi, we got a court update I wanted to bring everybody aware to, and I want to throw it to you. So the judge says, I anticipate Mr. David James will be the next witness. How is he relevant? To which the prosecutor responds, as to the means and methods of the enterprise, meaning for the racketeering charge, Mr. Combs threatening to assault employees. So I think that this was a former, chief assistant or assistant of some kind, right? I mean, if we're talking about racketeering and we're talking about the people who are part of this criminal enterprise or organization, important witness, right?
Right. So I expect to see a lot more former employees take the stand, but we want to know how he ran his operation, how involved he was with this operation, and how involved and knowledgeable all of these players were. So you've got his, his personal assistant, you've got his bodyguards, you've got his chef, you've got anyone who was there, who assisted him. You might have a massage therapist, but anyone who was there and assisted him with these alleged charges in the racketeering matter. So I expect I expect us to see a lot of that. So, and we also want to see um, his observations. What did you see? Did you make this appointment? Where? How long was it supposed to last? Were you ever present for the freak offs? What was Cassie like? Was she always high? Was she sober? Did she seem enthusiastic about it? Did you see her be abused verbally or physically before, during, or after? I expect to see a lot of that from his former employees.
And when they talk about means and methods of the enterprise, it's just the ways in which Sean Combs allegedly conducted this criminal organization, right? Using threats or violence or intimidation to allegedly engage in a campaign of abuse, against women and others. So it's a really important aspect of the overall racketeering charge. And when you're talking about, racketeering conspiracy, there has to be that agreement between Combs and another person or others, even though he is the only one charged. We can talk about that if we want. This is interesting. Okay, so Mauricio, I'm going to throw to you interesting evidentiary question. So this is a question from Kate's Game 1. If the missing witness can't be found, so we're talking about alleged victim number 3, can the prosecution use their police interviews, videos as evidence in her absence?
Say unless they could bring the video in another manner. I've seen them try to bring extracted, also evidentiary challenges with that. The short answer is they could try. The rules of evidence exist, but it doesn't mean that the prosecution can't try to ram something down your throat despite the rules of evidence. And that's the constant battle of a trial. A trial is like ready, set, and then start protecting yourself from all the wrong things that they want to try and get the judge to agree to. In my experience, that's what every big case is. So it sounds like if it would be hearsay, can they try to authenticate it through another matter? They can, and that would be a challenge at that time regarding authentication.
Because the defense has a right to cross-examine her. The defense has a right to question her credibility. And if it's a pre-taped recording, what are they supposed to do? It's a problem.
Right.
So we got a question here from D Princess. I'll throw this one to you, Afi. Do you think Diddy's assistants or security guards will be charged as a co-conspirator? If so, when?
I don't think that they will be charged as a co-conspirator. I think that they'll bring them out during this trial, and that is what the prosecution expects to use to bury him. But I don't foresee them being charged. I've always thought that, since January of last year, I've always said I don't believe that he's going to have any other co-conspirators. I think that if he, they were going to be charged, they would be charged by now.
But don't you think, Afi, that's going to be a prime question for cross-examination? Did you take a deal? Were you offered anything by the prosecution? You're accused of, you're basically saying you were part of this alleged criminal activity. Why aren't you charged? I think that's a fair point of cross-examination, Afi.
It's super fair, and I think that the prosecution is going to have to bring that out on their direct. They have a mandate. They want to convict Sean Diddy Combs, and they're going to do whatever they need to do within the bounds of ethics to get that done. It's super normal. It happens all the time. That doesn't mean that I don't think the witness loses any credibility. I don't think the prosecution loses any credibility. It's pretty normal in the practice of law.
So by the way, we're taking your questions right now as they come in. I will read them and answer them on air, but we're also waiting for more updates in court. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we're doing our best to recount to you as soon as possible in real time what is happening in that courtroom. So we got a question from Rel. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. If Diddy beat the RICO, racketeering, and sex trafficking charges, will Diddy get time served? The one thing I'll add to this is he's also facing the prostitution charges, transportation to engage in prostitution. And for me, Mauricio, I feel that is a relatively easier conviction to get him on, right? So if you're talking about transporting alleged sex workers and victims for purposes of prostitution. I don't know. That feels like pretty easy to convict him on, no?
Yeah, it's okay. Do you have the prostitute? Is he going to testify? Do you have the manifest that shows that he was on his private plane? I mean, that's all you got to show. That the testimonial evidence plus whatever airline tickets that he bought and things of that nature is pretty easy to prove. Now, I don't know. I don't even know. Has there been a video of an actual freak off in evidence yet?
There's been descriptions. I don't think an actual full video has been played. I'll get confirmation from producers, but look, I'll say this much, Mauricio. If you talk about that charge, right, and the defense said in their opening statement he was paying these people for their time and experience. Really, I don't feel like that's a great. That's not a good one.
No, that's a bad one. That's a bad one, and it's not gonna fly. And you're already dealing with a jury that they don't have to decide whether or not P. Diddy's a bad guy. They know he's a bad guy because they saw a video of him beating up a woman, and really nobody likes a wife beater, period. So they're going to be in a position to say whether or not are we going to acquit this guy that we don't like. And if a jury doesn't like you, that's not a good sign. Like, they could convict you just because they hate your guts, just because they saw that video of you beating her up. And now everything else that she says has credibility because we already saw you beat her down for no reason.
Well, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I think that does become a little bit of a difficulty there. But this jury, I mean, I would love to know what they're thinking right now about this entire case. I don't know. I have no idea. It's so hard. We get our reporting from Elizabeth Milner about them taking notes, checking out, looking in, paying attention. It's impossible to know what a jury might be thinking. Okay. Okay, here's an update regarding one of the questions you had, Mauricio. So the jury actually heard audio about an intense freak off where I have to be careful how I say this. There's some profanity used. There's one part, I want to effing see that. It's my life. I will kill you. If you had to pull it up, or I will kill you. And so that was a part. Right. So there was that whole back and forth about Cassandra Ventura allegedly threatening somebody who had apparently a freak off tape and was going to release it. Do you know about that, Afi, right? That came out last week where she was basically coming out and, there was audio of her here saying, if you release that, I'll come after you. Diddy will come after you. That's what I think the allegation was. I don't know what the value of that was. What do you think the value of that whole exchange was?
I don't know if they were trying to show that Cassie is violent and that she maybe had some agency, but to me, it shows me how afraid she was about any video of her in these compromising situations getting out. And that just goes to my argument about consent and consent not being consent when you're being coerced. And the fact that she knew that Diddy had these videos of her and that he could ruin her professional life, which he was in control of at any time. It shows you how afraid she was, how panicked she was, and how her consent was likely forced. So that's the value for me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we got more updates coming in. The jury has officially entered the courtroom once again. The prosecutor says no further questions for Miss Morgan. So Carrie Morgan, this is Cassandra Ventura's best friend who testified earlier. She had witnessed assaults, talked about the changes in her friend. So now we move on to cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, asks, you were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004. Carrie Morgan responds, actually 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. Let me bring in right now, we got another guest. We got with us former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Look at this panel right here. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Nima, okay. Talk to us about what you're taking away from today's testimony. Carrie Morgan, Dawn Richard. What do you think the big takeaways are both for the prosecution and the defense? Who do you think it's helping more?
Certainly helping the prosecution, Jesse. We'll start with Dawn Richard. Look, she got cross-examined by Westmoreland a bit, some inconsistent statements. But whenever you have someone who's corroborating Cassie Ventura's testimony, an independent witness, even though she's filed that civil lawsuit, may have a financial motive, that's helpful for the government. And then moving towards her former best friend, of course. This is someone that we got some very good statements related to control and fear in. Why Cassie Ventura wouldn't leave Combs, because he controlled every aspect of her life. And she too was a victim. Combs went after her with a coat hanger. So now we have a skillet, we have a coat hanger. I mean, you're seeing this pattern of violent activity. So all in all, a very good day for the prosecution, in my opinion.
Nima, because you just joined us, I'm going to throw a question at you. We got questions coming in from our viewers. This is from Melissa Butas. Why isn't the jury sequestered, Nima?
Great question. Look, people don't want to serve as jurors. And now you have a 2-month trial, and it's really a big imposition on their personal lives. You're taking away their cell phones, you're removing them from their friends and family. So I understand why people do like the jurors sequestered, especially in this day and age. You don't want one of the jurors here on Law and Crime or Googling about the case. That's how you end up in a mistrial. But generally speaking, at least if you're thinking about the jurors, they do not want to be sequestered.
By the way, I want to thank everybody for coming in here to not only be a part of this, but also all of our viewers for your outstanding questions. So engaged, great questions we're getting. And one of the reasons we can keep putting on these live lunch shows and updating you as soon as possible about what's happening in that courtroom is because we have an amazing partner and sponsor. I just want to call out real quick. It's Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. This firm, let me just say, amazing track record. So this is a firm, just to throw out some stats to you, they secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was all after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And if you're listening to this and saying, look, my case might not be worth millions of dollars, that's not the point. You can still start a claim and fight for what you deserve. So Morgan & Morgan, they actually make it so simple. It can all be done right from your phone in just 8 clicks or less. You can upload documents, sign contracts, talk to your legal team. It's all done through your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live. You can also click the link below or scan the QR code on screen. Okay, we have an interesting part that we've been bringing up, these polls. And there was a poll that we had about, do you believe the absence of victim 3 will affect the outcome of the case? Because we talked about how there's a problem actually getting this witness to testify. 57% of you say no, 42% of you say yes. So it seems, Nima, just to throw more questions, because we're going to be, we have limited time with you. It seems to me that the audience at least believes this witness is not the make or break of the case.
It doesn't make or break it, but it's certainly helpful. And this was my concern from the jump. You have someone in Sean Diddy Combs who has almost unlimited money. There's a very real possibility that he pays one of these victims to go away, or he intimidates them. We know as prosecutors, sometimes in these domestic violence or sexual assault cases, and I know this is sex trafficking in RICO, that the victims, the witnesses, they can get cold feet. So the question is, did the government really, slice this too thinly? Obviously, we know there are upwards of almost 100 people who claim they are victims. Should they have 5, 6, 7, 8 victims to really overwhelm the defense in case one or more of them went sideways like this?
Got a question for you, Mauricio, from Danny. Why was Dawn's scope of testimony so limited? Did they bring up when she said Diddy locked her in the car?
If it was limited, it was probably by design, and they probably just wanted to keep her focused on what she knew and had firsthand knowledge, because they didn't want her to get cross-examined on certain aspects that she may have been cloudy on, or et cetera. So, when you ask why was her testimony so limited, it's by design. It's because the prosecution wanted it to be limited. That would be the only answer that
because it's really to support the testimony of Cassandra Ventura, right? It's to say, what did you observe regarding Cassandra Ventura? And she's not, I believe, one of the alleged, identified victims in this indictment, although her testimony about being scared and feeling threatened actually goes to the overall indictment against Sean Combs, why, the means and methods of this criminal enterprise to keep people quiet or keep people compliant, or also to, explain why Cassandra Ventura didn't speak up earlier. Right, Mauricio?
Yeah, and listen, and also, she does have a pending lawsuit, and she's also, I'm sure, on cross-examination, they could have brought up, okay, well, you saw all of this in 2009. You didn't say anything until 2025. I know part of what they're saying is that they were scared of P. Diddy, and that he was the type of person that would threaten them. But at the end of the day, she saw these acts of violence, and she never spoke out. She never called the police. So I guess that the prosecution wanted to just narrowly tailor her testimony to back up Cassie. That would be, make sense.
Afi, question for you from D Princess. I asked because people keep saying Cassie, agreed to it. Does her originally agreeing harm the sex trafficking charge? I think that means because she admitted she first had agreed to the freak offs as a way to make her partner, Sean Combs, happy. What do you think?
No, I think that she has a right to initially engage in anything. I think, she can say that she wants to do something 99 times. I don't care how, call it what you want, sexually deviant, a little bit of freaky, a little bit, risque or interesting. She can agree to that 99 times, but the 100th time when she says she doesn't want to do it, that's when it becomes a problem. It does not matter that she consented early on. Her desires, she shouldn't be shamed for her desires. My point has always been, at what point did it become coercive? At what point was she under a threat of violence? And that's the huge factor in this matter for me.
Nima, we've got a super chat question from Nest Dog. Nest Dog, thank you so much for your super chat question. Why isn't Aubrey O'Day testifying? I mean, if the witness list hasn't been released, how do we know for sure she's not? That's my answer, Nima. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Obviously, we're just finished week 1 of a 2-month trial. We're going to have a lot of witnesses that are going to be called in the prosecution's case in chief. We may have rebuttal witnesses. Look, and you bring up like Kate Moss and the Johnny Depp case. Sometimes people weren't initially going to be called, and the defense does something that really opens the door, makes that witness relevant. So I think it's very premature right now to say a witness will or will not be called.
Got another update from court. So this is the continued question and cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, Mark Agnifilo, of Kerry Morgan. He asks, then you were both in New York City? Kerry Morgan responds, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Agnifilo asks, have you ever met Kim Porter, who we know was Sean Combs' ex? Yes, probably at a concert. The question then is, was Cassie ever jealous? Morgan responds, yes. Nima, let me throw that to you. The whole Cassandra Ventura was jealous that she wasn't the love of Sean Combs' life, that it was really Kim Porter, focusing on the jealousy. Is the relevance of that to say, hey, this is the reason the relationship deteriorated. This is the reason that there was problems in the relationship. This is the reason why Cassandra Ventura is now coming out against Sean Combs. I'm not sure I quite follow what the whole jealousy angle is.
I think there's 2 parts to it. One is sort of the revenge, right? This is a disgruntled ex that has an axe to grind because she wasn't the main girlfriend, right? She was on the side. So that's that. But they're also going down this line of, essentially mutual combat, right? That Cassie Ventura was also physically violent. She punched Combs. So certainly doesn't excuse it. But what the defense is trying to do is say this was a violent relationship. It was a toxic relationship. Cassie, too, participated in these jealous rages and the violence. Again, they're trying to walk the line between physical violence and sex trafficking. I don't think they're going to be able to do so, but I think that's the argument there, Jesse.
All right, we got another question from, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name, Evangenia Kartsasheva. Okay, apologies if I mispronounced your name. How soon do you think professionals like forensic psychologists will take the stand to help explain manipulation mechanics and why it takes so long for any victim besides Cassandra to speak up? Mauricio, I'll throw this to you.
Probably a little later. Usually the prosecution likes to, start with, really good witnesses and end with a really good witnesses. And usually, expert witnesses like forensics, like the one that this person is describing, sometimes tend to be considered a little boring. So usually, I would expect them to be somewhere in the middle. I've never seen a case where they start or end. I've seen some murder cases where they end with the forensic pathologist just because they want the jury to end with the gruesome pictures of the murder scene. But other than that, they usually sandwich them somewhere in the middle, in my experience.
Well, listen, you guys gave great responses to a lot of the questions that I had, a lot of questions that the viewers had. And this I thought was, I always love doing these lunchtime shows because we're breaking down what's happening in that court in real time. There are so many questions and issues and legal arguments in this case that I could talk about this probably for another 2 hours. Fortunately, we don't have that time. But Mauricio Padilla, Afi Patterson, Nima Ramani, thank you both. Thank you, all three of you, for coming on and breaking it down with me. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse. Talk soon.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And everyone out there, thank you so much for your questions. Before we wrap things up, again, have to thank our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. Their support helps us to keep on doing this. This is not only just an incredible firm, over 1,000 attorneys, but I have to highlight their track record again. I'm talking about a firm that secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia,
ऑयल वेल पे नहीं करा और ये पैसे जो हैं सबको देने पड़ेंगे यास्मीन अपना हिस्सा देगी टीना जो है वो अपना हिस्सा देगी मैं अपना दूंगा यास्मीन अपना दूंगा आपका हिस्सा जो है वो डिफर हो जाएगा जब हर फाइनली बिक जाएगा तो वो उसमें से पैसे निकालेंगे नहीं यात्रा जी ये रसूल पाक का भी कहना है कि जब तुम कारोबार करो तो अमेजिंग नहीं है मौसम नहीं मौसम आप लोग जो है ना हम तो हकीम में घुसे होते टू एक्सप्लेन इट टू मी रसूल मैं जो ना आपको सूरा निसा और सूरा सारी आपको समझा सकता हूँ बट आई डोंट कैरी माई रिलीजन ऑन माई स्लीव तो मेरा कहने का मकसद ये है कि जब ये सारा सेटल हो जाएगा तो जो आपका बनता है जो आपने देना है वो होगा I don't know. समझ आई ना I want to keep it clear and on board. इस वक्त तो मेरे साथ ये क्या कहते हैं स्मार्ट की बात मत करो और don't be a smart ass. वो जैसे कहते हैं ना there is a time to crack a joke and there is a time to be serious. और जहाँ तक टीना का वो बात as a loan officer हमारे बैंक के लोन्स जो थे ना जो चाइना में और सिंगापुर में थे they never went back लोगों की वहाँ होता है उनका कल्चर है कि देखिए अमेरिका में ले लो पाकिस्तान में ले लो तो टीना जो है she has enough money and she should start talking to them. बाकी सारा पैसा जो जाएगा वो जाएगा और जो हम everyone is contributing towards this case. यास्मीन जी आप भी होना चाहिए पैसा और टीना भी रहना यास्मीन जी आप कलम से तो लिख सकते
You guys filmmakers?
आप कलम से तो लिख सकते
You guys are filmmakers?
Sorry? Oh no, we're the news crew. We're the news crew.
For independent?
No, I'm with the Associated Press.
But with bias,
Yeah, it's still going on. Today? Till 3 o'clock.
In Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial is expected to decide this morning whether to throw out a portion of last week's testimony. It concerns a witness who was called after Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura finished testifying on Friday. CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi joins us now here in Studio 57 in New York with more on this. Caroline, good to see you. So explain what testimony may be thrown out and why.
Yeah, Chanel, it's looking more and more like that testimony will not be thrown out. Obviously, last week was all about the star witness, Cassie Ventura, star victim, I should say. She's victim number one in that government indictment. But the testimony from Dawn Richard was meant to corroborate some of Cassie's abuse. And part of that corroboration was an incident that she testified about when Diddy actually, she alleged, hit Cassie with a skillet. She was making eggs. He got, enraged and hit her with a skillet. Now, she also testified that thereafter, Diddy told her that people who spoke about these types of things tend to disappear, and that she took that as a threat on her life. The defense attorneys, rightfully so, objected to a lot of this testimony, saying much of it was hearsay. In trials, there are very strict rules of evidence. The judge is concerned that a lot of these now corroborating witnesses may be veering into hearsay, gossip. You only want witnesses to testify, and they're only allowed to testify to things that they directly saw or heard. So that's part of this objection, as well as this statement that Diddy apparently made to her. We're already seeing the defense today really try to get into those inconsistencies in Richard's testimony about whether did she actually witness this abuse or did she just see perhaps the aftermath of it. So that's kind of the issue here. The issue is the scope of the testimony. It does seem that the judge is going to allow that testimony to stand on Friday, but going into more of this testimony today, there may be a sort of a tighter scope around what they can testify to.
Yeah, and I wonder, because you mentioned this, Cassie finishing her days-long stretch of emotional testimony last week, and how will her testimony then impact how the case moves forward?
Yeah, she was a very credible witness, I do have to say, obviously testified to years of abuse. The defense is already acknowledging that this was a domestic violence relationship. The question is, can the prosecution prove that this was sex trafficking, that this was a RICO conspiracy? So you'll see witnesses this week like Cassie's mother, her best friend of over 17 years, corroborating this information about the abuse. Now, the defense is saying, all right, there were instances of abuse, but how is that relevant necessarily to force, fraud, or coercion relating to sex trafficking? So that's kind of what the argument is here. The defense is saying these are just bad acts witnesses. We call them bad acts witnesses because traditionally that type of testimony is not allowed in trials when that specific conduct isn't being charged. He's not being charged with domestic violence or assault in this case. So that will be an issue coming up. But I think it's all about corroboration this week.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to make. And Caroline, also want to ask just about next steps. Are there any other key witnesses that you'll be expecting to hear from?
Yeah, certainly. Remember, there are other victims in this case. There are other co-conspirators in this case that haven't been charged. So we're expected to hear from personal assistants and chefs, things like that, to Diddy, and whether or not they are sort of victims as well as co-conspirators. That'll be maybe a fine line to draw, but certainly with information about drug use. Remember, we heard about that potential arson, obstruction of justice. Remember, those are more of the elements involved in this racketeering conspiracy that the government really hasn't gotten on the table yet, and I would expect we would hear this week.
All right, Caroline Polisi, thank you.
Thank you.
She was the one that just testified. Umar, she's like a friend of Cassie Ventura. Carrie Morgan's off the stand.
Huh?
Carrie Morgan.
Yeah, no, I know. What's her name's off?
They call it cover. You mean Morgan? Carrie Morgan. Oh no, she'll walk out right here. What card did she get? Previously, she was in like that one of those black cards. I think that one has like.
I asked you why there's so many people here.
P. Diddy trial.
Oh.
See that one? So I think it's that. We should get closer because they're going to walk out. Carrie Morgan is off the stand. Carrie Morgan is off the stand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. She went out. So you're waiting for her.
We have to do that.
Oh, it was the other one behind.
It's one of these times.
You're gonna get her for like 4 seconds.
No idea.
Jake Clayton, U.S. Attorney.
I have no idea. I blinked and I missed it. Oh, girl, she hopping right in that car. I'm not even fun. I'm not supposed to have a
Jake
million here,
Clayton.
and I'm okay with that.
The acting U.S. Attorney.
That's a good one. I didn't know. Hold on, try not to block him.
You're okay.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
She's like, yeah,
No, I don't like that because you guys get aggressive, so I'm just trying to help my good friends out. Like, don't have no fights out. We'll fight this out here.
See this? Long lens. I stay back.
I love that for you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
She needs to get in there.
Okay, good. So he's clapping.
Young kids need to learn to get in there.
I love that. Thank you.
When you get old, you understand that.
I am around.
I'm
You
headed
can come to me in front of my
No,
camera.
you're still
I was, yeah, even since this morning. I didn't want to bring it up, but sorry.
Harry, how are you feeling? Oh my God. So, we gotta ask you. Do you want to be friends with Cassie again? Like, are you open to rekindling that friendship at some point? No. So, what is your interested in having? Well, okay. Cassie called you today. If Cassie called you today, would you answer? Thank you, Carrie. Good luck to you.
you get any stills? I got her stills earlier. She still was wearing sunglasses. So.
Yeah, I know. That's.
Can you identify these attorneys?
I mean, the defense and their
prosecution. There's two. There's ones that I showed you.
Yeah, you showed me those. They look.
Christine Slavic.
Yeah.
They do not have any internet presence.
That's what I'm finding.
That's the problem.
Well, it's the case for all the U.S. attorneys. They all scrub.
Oh, really?
Yeah. After Trump, they all started scrubbing their online presence because they were all getting threats.
Did you end up publishing those photos this morning?
I sent them to the desk and some. They have more time on them. You know, if I sit here and start looking for it, yeah, maybe I'll find one. But out of 6 people, I need time. I couldn't find their internet presence. No Facebook, no Instagram, nothing. So.
Did you get that shot of the acting U.S. attorney?
Yeah. They still paying people to wear shirts over here.
What?
Or said I saw they was paying. Oh no, they was paying people to wear those shirts. They still doing that?
I don't know.
Free P Diddy shirt.
I haven't seen you.
No. No, I saw it on social media. That's how that's. Oh, you're not out here every day?
You should go check out the front. It's a lot more activity.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
I'm in the back. It said.
Real action isn't that. Real action isn't.
All the way up there?
Yeah.
Just in front of this building right here.
How did you know they were coming out?
She was off the stand. She was off the stand.
Now testifying as David James, the personal assistant from 2007.
What does he look like?
Did you get anything, Jay? Did you make Clayton?
I got a profile.
That's all anybody's seen of him. Yeah, since they announced him 2 weeks ago, I have not seen anybody. He's not been public. He's still not confirmed. He's only acting. Yeah. With his cheap coffee, he's worth like $100 million. Yeah, he used to run a hedge fund. Then he was head of the SEC, and then he was now he's this.
So he hasn't been photographed.
Yes, he was only appointed a month.
today, like yelling.
Who? Like just randos?
Yeah, there's some law student over there was like doing a bunch of selfies. Or no, she had a crew, people taking photos of her, and I was filming her and going, "Are you filming me?" She's like, "No, stop filming me."
Stop filming me. If she's a law student, then she knows.
Well,
No right.
I thought I was photographing one of the prosecutors.
Yeah, I was with you. The judge.
Yeah, she was telling, stop taking photographs. I'm the judge, and I have a photograph like this. I'm the judge.
Judge of this trial?
No, some other judge. You know, it's my philosophy is take photos first, and then delete them. But now, since she said I'm a judge, I'm going to keep it. You never know when you need it, right?
That's the problem with the whole judiciary. It's cut off. Yeah, that's exactly why. You're taking decisions on behalf of the public.
I think they have scrubbed their social media.
For the first time. I went from Brooklyn to Manhattan. You again.
Did I?
I wish I'd have seen him 10 seconds sooner. Yeah, we don't have a good picture. I shot him a year and a half ago at a investment conference. He was speaking as former head of the SEC, and he was back working his head. Huh? No.
Last photo we had of her on the wall.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Which one is this?
I mean, I think she just said I'm not going to say it. So we'll do a sit-back debrief. How am I going to know when I'm down for this? Okay. Me. Hi, David. This is Attorney Chris Wright. I'm calling about. You guys have seen the defense attorneys come out this back way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. First, that's what we're chatting about. What's the evidence about?
I mean, I would think you would want your neutral defense to be closer on 116. Did you think it was on 112?
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
Most parts of those.
Do you have it on full auto? Oh, yeah, take that. So why do you think that's what I'm looking your gain is set to 3. I'm not going to give up. Your gain is 3 to 0. Your white balance is white. I mean, back to the battery. You have this. You got that on. Ooh. That's like something to do with the dark side. Because it's bright out. You had your speed.
Yeah, like you said something about 56.
You want the light balance for daylight, which is 56.
This you think it's too heavy? Is yours that heavy? Because you don't stick.
Too heavy? No.
Yeah. Yeah, I bought this. I was trying to choose the Sony this one.
That's enough.
Gift? No. Ted, are you trying to get a date?
I just think you do. It's wrapping today. It's over today. You guys heard me?
Yes, thank you. You back out here tomorrow?
No, I won't be out here again until I might be out here. I won't do a whole day shift here.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, sure thing.
You gonna be out tomorrow?
I'll be back here Thursday.
Thursday, okay. And we have no court Friday.
Oh, really?
No court. Okay. See you, little one. Thank you.
See you. Yeah. Harry Potter.
It's like, this is John.
Hey, Juliet, can you help me identify some of these attorneys?
Yeah. What? U.S. Attorney. Jake Clayton is acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
Well, that was
Jay.
yeah, they do. Oh, yeah, like she looks familiar to me. Yeah. But I didn't know she was.
What?
She's the best.
What?
I said she's the best. She's like, takes time to tell you, yeah, I think that's her. Like, yeah.
She was not able to positively ID it.
Yeah, but she took the time to.
I mean, Umar and I were shooting this morning. Yeah, without really knowing who they were.
Yeah. But she's cool enough to stop and do it. The other people would be like, I gotta go find it. Or I gotta. She's helped me. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Do we know what the assistant guy looks like? No.
No. Yeah, she said there was a video feed, so it's okay. Yeah.
You have to be in the courthouse though to see the video feed. In the press room.
I think two of those people we photographed. Two people now. Yeah, I think she's the only one. Yeah. Two people now. That's okay.
Excuse me. Quick question. Thumbs of the day. The person, how was the dress up? How was the dress up? Suit. Like I said, not everybody is.
Hey, what comes around goes around.
Yep.
You know, she used to be married to Chris.
Yep.
She was.
Yep.
But did you go on?
Yep.
That's it?
All right, I'll jump in. Let's just jump in.
He has a better.
waiting for?
The defense attorney. Why?
Just nosy.
They could have gone out the front.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Right there. David James, yeah, personal assistant to Combs from 2007.
Good practice. I get my thumbs warmed up. Again, never stream it.
Now I know if it's gonna come in like super bad. So that's good. We're getting back on track. I'm gonna send another invoice this week for sure. You know, because I meant to send one on Friday. Friday, like we didn't have the courthouse till 5 p.m. I was like, after I was like, yeah, I'm going home. Yeah. Well, how was your weekend? Well, thanks for letting me know that. I guess, you know, our recap story is going to be like, you know, like all of what happened today. So it won't just be about Carrie. So I'll just, if I touch on Carrie, I'll just. Oh, yeah, no, exactly. So it's like $75 for my pizza and Academy plus $5.
But I'm gonna put myself on the phone. Oh, here, Salia's here.
I don't trust either. Who are you working for? What's your video? About?
Who will we watch?
Time of day.
What? I mean, David James just left like 3 minutes ago. 2 minutes. Oh, I'm cool. I got Carrie like about an hour ago. Maybe not quite an hour ago. Maybe like 30 minutes ago.
In the morning, it was like
she arrived with Carrie Morgan.
No. Well, when she arrived, did you get that?
Yes.
You did. That was what, 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah. Here, I'm cool. I have it on my phone.
Oh, awesome. This is
That's cool. Yeah.
Okay.
I shot that with my phone.
Do you have? What about the morning?
That's her arriving in the morning.
Okay. What about the other one?
Dawn Richard, she went in the front, so I did not get her, but I got her accent. I shot her accent. It's on the camera. It's not on my phone. But it's in the pool. It happened at.
Damn, I did not know that.
I mean, you can. Are you using a Sony?
Yes.
You can just dub the card. Dub the card. Have the attorneys left? John Richard, I got her coming out. It was like around 11:40. That'll be bro, I can just I don't think she understood the question.
He's front. She's.
How are we going to know if the attorneys are in the
They would leave from the front. They leave from the front. And everyone.
Makes sense to walk out there. The boss is up there, so we're probably leaving the front.
You're ready for it.
I'm ready to go to sleep. But yeah, I'm also.
The first day I ran into these detectives of medical witnesses. They were all like, now they're chill. They know I won't storm or get too close. So they just tend to go off.
Yeah. You're part of the process. Everyone's entitled to it.
You got a good height. You can take my height and give me your height. This one?
Would Andrew tell you if he was already out?
This is very old.
Yeah. Oh, you wouldn't text me. I'd have to ask him. He's not proactive. If I tell him, hey, tell me. He will tell me. The attorneys I speak Spanish.
Like I'm
I just have trouble with English. All right.
Definitely.
Hey, that or it's did that the last one?
I had a interior mounted once. I had a interior mounted once. If you analyze it, I would say
David responded.
Oh, I was like doing something like that.
He also said that that's too early to be protected, yeah? You favor? I just asked you if I can ask for appreciation. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Did the lawyers already leave? Not in front? You have to edit that whole package now too?
The guy.
No, that's good.
I'm the chaser. They try to make me edit, they lose the chasing. No. Somebody.
There you go.
One of those is not the first one I shot.
Yeah, sure. Shoot me an email.
Only one. Oh. I mean, that's what Paul said. Nobody's asking me from my office. Penny's exiting. Penny here goes. What do you guys know? Mike. I don't know what. That guy's good.
Sorry for the delay. I forgot what happened.
So they're making me keep the tripod against this thing.
Okay.
So maybe, you know what, this is going to look nice if you stand right here.
Okay. I'm gonna crouch down behind this, and I can like look like I'm in person.
Yes, please do that.
I think it might be. I didn't really see. I was looking at the TV. I didn't really see too well. Oh, you were in the. I was in the press room. Yes. But damn it, everybody was in the press room. That does look like that guy. Yeah, that's okay. They showed like a picture of him.
Hey, so I have Mike here.
It does look like him, but I don't want to mislead you.
No, that's fine. Thanks. You gave the same exact answer as
They
three
just
other
went out the
people.
front, right?
It was sort of like a day that.
That's awesome.
Okay. We want to wait. I guess two of the defense attorneys got
Kenny went the other way.
Kenny went the other way.
All right, yeah, wait.
Want to chill for 5 minutes? We got a chair right here.
It's fine. You can stay.
This one is done.
Yeah, but I'm not sure who it is.
This one, I think, is not. She was not part of the process. This one.
Okay. Yeah, she's a part of it.
She is part of the yes. I don't want to put a photo out.
Doing the two phone trick. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say maybe Nick can help identify them, but maybe he won't. That scrubbing situation. That's supposed to be the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Oh.
Mike, sorry. Kind of like not just like the staff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the guy. Now he's a real estate agent in Northfield. Yeah, this is basically for This last guy.
Anytime, man.
And he goes there. She's an adult woman using all this money to gain. Yeah, it's like any guy can go and he's like, you know, bank. Stop right. Oh, direct. I think the federal does, but they said that. It's like, well, like also they have. That's his mom. But Cassie didn't give it. So therefore,
10 more.
Back inside. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so I went home Friday. Real quick. See you tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow.
Good work. You got all. That's why you're back. You cut all those people back.
Yeah.
Hope Wacky Willie from West Side is showing. Screaming here and there.
buddy.
Hello, sir.
What's up, my man? How you feeling?
How are you?
Good. Good to see you. How are you? I would hug you too, but I've known him for like 10 years. And then I'll hug everybody. I hug my wife.
Okay, let's cross the street.
It's not gonna hold my weight. All right, thank you. Thank you. Omar, be well, man. All right, go on. See you tomorrow, sir. You too. Take care.
Thank you,
Have a
Counselor.
good day. Have a good afternoon.
Who's that? The slide. So Jake Lynn? Shit. I thought you knew. Who are you? Jake Lynn.
Right there?
Yeah.
Why aren't you?
I did. You know what? I was not paying attention.
That's good. Just like some guy.
Some guy walking on yellow. And I was like, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna say on the video.
No, it's meanwhile you're right again, but the guy who wrote concept.
I was walking. I came down the other corner, and then you took me on the side, like over here. No, I wasn't in it with him. I would have figured it out. I would have figured that out.
Good night. I'll be back. Good pickup.
All right. One more minute.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.